So we're doing something a bit different here. We should be recording. Are we recording? We're recording. Good. Great. Let me show my monitor again. We're doing something a bit different here. We're actually going to be watching a video while I eat. Because I'm going to be doing a lot of things with this event. And I wanted to watch this video and to talk about some of the things that they might have to say. Let's watch.
We need to talk. Raumfalte loot boxes are coming back, or better known as tiered loot boxes. This video will be...
Wait, before we continue, let me check the volume. Oh wow, it does seem decently loud, but would I say it's too loud? Yeah, I would say it's too loud. I would say we have to lower that a bit. I would say so. Looks a bit too loud. At least for what the volume should be.
We need to talk. Raumfalte loot boxes.
My volume is messed up. It's that simple. So, and also this is a different situation. So let me do what I need to do.
Are coming back, or better known as tiered loot box.
I'm just gonna go to 50% on the volume. I don't think I like this. 35 nonsense.
This video will be split.
There we go. That's better. It's better for me at least. And yeah, I need to lower it again on the other one.
We need to talk. Raumfalte loot boxes are coming back, or better known as tiered loot boxes.
I mean, I guess it's not too bad. It's a bit louder than my voice though. But they do talk quite loud, and they it's understandable in some ways. Definitely weird, interesting. Okay, let's watch and hope it's good enough. Let's simply watch and hope it's good enough. I set it back to default, so that's what I did.
We need to talk. Raumfalte loot boxes are coming back, or better known as tiered loot boxes.
Yes,
this
Raumfalte
video will
is
be
back.
Split in 5 pieces.
Let's see what they have to say.
We will talk thing by thing, and just to give you the summary. The first things first, what is Raumfalte? The second thing, how good/bad it is. Third point.
I forgot water. We're back. I keep pressing Alt to check to be sure everything's good. We're good.
Point is what content creators did last year, and
Alt
to
is the button
highlight
I
some
use to
hypocrisy
hide and
without
show my
names.
monitor.
I don't want
well, it's not
fight.
the button to hide and show. It's the button
what
I
are
use
the
to
options
hide
to
it.
approach this situation, since Wargaming made their decision, or maybe they got information from the community? And last but not least, I ask your opinion, what should I do, and I will ask you to
Let's keep watching. I'm not going to interrupt and talk everything.
So let's start from the very first thing.
YouTuber.
What is Raumfalte loot boxes? Raumfalte loot boxes are the tiered loot boxes, right? That means if we are looking into the most familiar concept to the people, Christmas loot boxes. Many people are buying them, even semi-free-to-play players. They're getting gold, they're hoping to get the tanks, whatever. Decorations doesn't really matter. It's clear. You have 2.4% in order to get the tank. There is no finicky mechanics over there.
Actually, yes, there is. Actually, yes, there is finicky mechanics, because each section has its own rarity. So you have to basically buy more loot boxes to get better chances of getting the more rare content. There's no set chance for each thing. It's simply you have to get a chance. You have a chance to get into this section of things, which is vehicles, crew books, and crew experience, and also uh, maybe gold sometimes. But there's sections to it, and then in those sections, they have chances for those items. That's in those sections. So there is stuff that's finicky about it. There absolutely is, and this is tiered loot box. This is actually tiered loot box, which is I'm not gonna get into the complications yet because I simply wanted to answer that.
goes, it is significantly worse situation overall, right? You are buying the lowest tier loot box, and in this loot box you can get a higher tier loot box, or then a higher tier, even highest tier loot box. And all of them has different tanks, all of them has different rewards, and
I would actually prefer it to be like this. I would actually prefer it to be like this compared to how it is currently with the stupid loot boxes where you have chances to get things. I would prefer they keep it like this and then make it more simple inside these separate containers. Make each tank have a specific rarity so you know exactly what you potentially can get from that container.
it is a very, very, very dirty stuff, right? This is a basic introduction for you. Actually, you know what? There is one more thing to say. In the standard loot boxes, it doesn't matter how unlucky you are, you can always calculate how many boxes do you need in order to buy it, and usually it, for the tank collectors especially, it varies anywhere from 100 euros in order to guarantee yourself those 2 new tanks, plus to get extra goodies, to get the, to get compensation for the tanks that you have. 100 euros, you can calculate it. With Raumfalte loot boxes,
Mm. No, you can't. No, you can't calculate it, actually. They don't even show it, the chances of each tank in the sections. They don't even show it. You have to go to a different website to see it. And even then, it's still 2 chances. So you have to calculate both times. You have to calculate for one chance, and then you have to calculate for the second chance. The secondary chance. Secondary chances. To know what's a 50% chance. How many loot boxes you need for a 50% chance to get what you actually want. So that's why I said I prefer this because it's actually they made it better. They made it better. Is this the old one? Yeah, this is the old one. It was significantly worse here because there weren't that many tanks that you actually wanted in the standard one, and in the rare one there still wasn't that many tanks you wanted. So it was mainly about the epic, but you couldn't actually get to the epic without doing the standards, and then you had to get lucky to get the rare, and then you had to get lucky again to get the epic, and then you had to get lucky again to get one of the tanks from the epic. But the reason I say I prefer this is because they're actually including a new tanks in every single version now. Every single container, they're including a rare tank or a coveted tank or tank that people will seek out because it's new and it's also probably really powerful. and it's a tier 10 tank. They have tier 10 tanks in every single container now. And I would prefer this because that means you have more chances to get things. If there's a tank that you want and there's tanks that you want in the standard, of course, they might still put better tanks in the epic and rare sections, but you're still pleasing the people that want the stuff at the start and that want that easy thing to get, or not easy thing to get, but somewhat easy thing to get, and you're also still getting the chance to get something more rare. It's not, of course, it's difficult to say how far you should go, how much money you should use to get what you want. But it pleases more people than standard loot boxes. It pleases those people that want to use money to feel power. No, I'm not talking about pay to win. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about that want to use money to show that they're special, basically. So they use their extra resources that they have in life and they put it in this game and they get something that others don't. Others don't have because it's too expensive. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't necessarily need to be a very powerful tank or one that people don't like. It can be a good tank. A fun tank, maybe. It doesn't need to be something that people don't like. But that's things for other topics. What people don't like and what tanks are ones that make sense for people not to like, and what tanks are not making sense for people not to like. That's another topic.
I had whales. Fellas. Whale is a gentleman or lady that is spending a lot of money on the game. Even whales came
Yeah,
to the
but the thing is,
stream last
Wargaming loves
year and
whales.
said,
They
listen,
love them.
Skilato, I spent 500 euros on the loot boxes and I received one of the top reward tanks. So depending how lucky, how unlucky you are, it can take for you anywhere to get everything from bloody 100 boxes. If you are mega lucky, which let's get real, no one is going to be
Really?
that lucky. The probability is just too low. To get 2 tanks, probably you need anywhere from 300 to 500 euros, and to get everything you may need even 1 to 2,000 euros invested in the game if you are unlucky. So this is the evil of it, right? And instantly going to the
It's brutal. It's brutal. It can be brutal. But they make it like this so that whenever you have more money, you can feel more powerful. You can feel like you're having more fun because you finally have that more money to get what you want. It's like a system. It's like real life. When you get more money in real life, you can influence more people. Or you can simply not influence more people. You can influence less people.
second point, how good or bad they are overall, right? It is very important thing. Let's start from the mental standpoint. For free-to-play player won't care about this, right? If someone doesn't spend the money on the game, Raumfalte, Huyalte, doesn't really matter. He won't spend money. He will get 10 boxes that everyone can get for free. If
Falte, Hualte.
some premium tank will be
That's
dropped,
funny.
hip hip hooray, right? So for free to play, it's kind of harmless because person won't get involved into this because there is no credit card. Let's make it very, very clear. Now, for the casual player that is getting, let's say, for a casual gambler, if you will, someone is throwing
Casual
100
gambler.
euros into the pocket or into our gaming pocket. He's getting 100 boxes or whatever that is. He's getting some tanks, you know, the value is there and the value is okay, unless you are getting cash. If you like those shiny mechanics, if you like those colors, if you like everything, well, then, you know, you may spend 100, you may spend another 100, you may spend the third 100. And the thing is, they are designed to hook you up. Your receptors in the brain will be tickling like it
I wonder why. Again, it's like real life.
would be a Christmas Eve, if you will, you know, opening the presents. And last but not least, let's talk about the whales. Whales are the players that wants to get everything in the game. It could be wealthy individual, it could be someone in the pension, chilling at home, playing World of Tanks, whatever is the situation. Collectors, if you will. Well, collectors may
I'm
need to
not a
spend a
collector. I'm not a collector. I'm not actually a collector. But I am someone that wants to have fun.
very, very big amount of the money, and in my opinion, they are targeting the creme de la creme, the literally the bottom part of the World of Tanks, or not the bottom part of the World of Tanks, the most loyal customers, if you will, right? And it will cost a lot. It will cost a lot, which is quite sad thing to say, but it is how it is. Is there something good about it? I hate to say it. I hate to say it, fellas, but you will have access to. First of all, you will have access to all of this. This is in the index page. It is going to be logged by the tier 3 Ramfalte index, if you will. For people who are supporting us, that means subscribing to us. That means
I
supporting
won't
us
have
via the
access to it.
patrons for our job that we do. You will have an access to this. Now, I really want to highlight one very important thing. Pay attention into
Level 3
return
is
of
too
the
high. I'm a level
investment.
2.
They are disgustingly high depending what you are looking for. And this is the worst thing of all of this. That where the value goes, you can't simply roast it. You just can't. Look, 2025 Ramfal, the return on the investment
Whoa.
was...
Are you serious? So they're saying that you get 3.4 times your investment on average?
anywhere from 3x to 4x depending what you are looking for, and depends what do you want. But pay attention into the amount of the money that you are spending on all of this. That's absolutely crazy. Or if we are comparing to the
Crazy.
holiday ops, you are getting a lot of
Wow.
gold, right? This is what you are getting.
Yeah.
This is a good thing.
You see, the thing about this. The thing about this is that there's compensation. So once you get everything, of course, getting everything is very expensive, especially in this. It's much more manageable in standard loot boxes. But once you get everything, you get compensation, which turns into gold for each tank that you get. Once you get all the tanks, if you get another tank, it turns into compensation. And each tank has a different compensation amount.
Fault. This is not working this way, and you are not getting that much gold. This is not what they are selling those boxes for. They are pretty solid if you want to get some random vehicles, right?
And why I'm saying that is because it could potentially be more profitable to buy these than standard loot boxes. There could be something involved. like the factor of getting a chance to get another tank in a box. In a different box, of course. The only problem I see is that it's not more likely, or it's not more of it's not a better way to get gold if when you get a box, you cannot get a tank in the same thing. I think that's how it works though. So I think that's how it works. So it's not. It's simply not. But as you can see, the value is their numbers show it, but I don't care about numbers. I care about how it makes sense. And it does make sense. It gives you a little bit more chances actually to get more things, basically. Because you have the chance to opening a box and getting another box that's better. And then in that same box, the standard box, you also have a chance to get tanks too. That's why.
I hate to say that, but I need to be objective, and I need to say what it is good for, what it is bad for, right? So, for people that do enjoy and that
So I can't actually see the prices because Skill's webcam is in the way. But 56 euros? Does that say 56 there? Or does that say 66? So it says 66. 66 euros to get potentially 2 tanks. Really? No way. That's nuts. That's very crazy. 56 euros to get 2 tanks. Huh. Also, I need to go check on my food. I have more food getting cooked because I was testing something. I had another steak recording. Cooking. Cooking. Another steak cooking. That's all it was.
don't really care about the dig the level of the psychology over this. Here you go. That's what we have. And I really want to highlight very important thing, fellas. Why Wargaming is returning their unfaulty loot boxes, since they were so hated by community. Some heads got cut because people made some mistakes and whatnot, right? Why are they returning them
Some heads got cut because they made mistakes. He's talking about Ayukson.
back? Well, let's talk logically about this. It's money.
Hey, it's money, yeah. What a surprise. They need money though. They do need money.
Really skill money. Yes, it is money. And Wargaming can argue, or Wargaming can say, but listen, we want some good for our players. We are giving way more free boxes and everything. Let's be bloody honest. If Wargaming...
But they have to though. They should be more nice to the players, and they should do more for players. That's because their players are the ones that are giving them money. So they have to motivate them. They have to. And I think they're doing better this time with not the Ramfalty, but the new tier loot boxes. They're doing better this time. With a little bit more motivation. With the better things that you can get in each box. Like I said before with the tier 10 tank. And also bring back something they had before in the boxes that was really good. Like the MBTB, which I'm going to try to get.
If Wargaming would want to support the starving World of Tanks population, which I believe they are very kind, by the way, they would not allow 3 tanks in the prime tier, if you will, or in the last tier they would make it 1. So that would decrease the amount of the loot boxes bought by the humongous margin. But no, they are looking to your wallet. It is a business and it's not a big surprise.
They're not looking to your wallet, actually. They're not. No, they're not. Not more than the other loot boxes. The other loot boxes were looking to your wallet too. If this is true, it's looking into your mind. Really, it's how far do you want to go? How far are you willing to go for the game you like? That's what it's looking into.
How good that is, it is for you to decide. I have my strong opinion. Yeah, it's just how it is. Now, going to the third point, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. What content creators did last year, and let's talk
But the
about
thing
some
is,
hypocrisy.
if they were to do it standard, like the standard way of putting it in the shop, and simply 0 loot boxes, it would either need to be higher priced to make it comparable to this, or it would need to be very popular. Like say they put, for some reason they simply did the BZ176 in the shop for like $30. Then everyone would buy it. They make a bunch of money, and they might even make more money than tiered loot boxes, because they get everyone buying it, or at least the people that didn't have it before buying it. So that's the 2 ways they can do it. They have to price the tanks more, or they have to make them really, really good, or really fun, or really pushing the boundaries, but not overdoing it. Because if they overdo it, the game's going to be power creeped. That's simply a fact, because more tanks that get into, of course there is power creep anyways. There has been power creep. Of course there has been. Oh, definitely. I've looked at videos from the previous world tanks, the older world tanks, and it has been power creeped. Absolutely. But you can't say that's not how it should be, because this is a real life type of thing. It's a real life type of simulation. World Tanks is a simulation, and the simulation is how good your tank is and how good of a player you are with that tank, and how good you are in general. And so you will want a better tank. You will want to have something more powerful. Of course, there is ways to make things balanced, but for something to be fun and something to be immersive, it can't be balanced, because life is not like that. Life is not balanced. There's people that have everything and there's people that have nothing. It's complicated. Yes, it is complicated, and most people won't even understand what I'm saying now, but there's many different things to think about here.
There is 90% of the content creators or 80% of the content creators who haven't touched this with
steak
a
is better.
stick.
I like it.
That means Wargaming offered
way more
to give for content creators
juicy.
500 loot boxes. Content creators said no. No openings in the YouTube. Nothing. No
I did it in the oven.
tank reviews on the
250 degrees
YouTube
Fahrenheit
until event
for
was
48
going.
minutes.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. This is 80% of the people with a high values, at least in my opinion. You know, it was the very first time after all. Also, we had a situation of the people that started
Didn't even
making
preheat the
the
oven.
content with loot box
Don't need to.
tanks.
It's not
After
necessary.
that, got a big backlash from community, and after that, they said, you know what? I am not going to make a content. But you know what is the hypocrisy of this? Hypocrisy of this that on
Let me go back. I wasn't focused.
the opinion, it was the very first tank reviews on the YouTube until event was going. Nothing, absolutely nothing. This is 80% of the people with a high values, at least in my opinion. It was the very first time after all. Also, we had a situation of the people that started making the content with loot box tanks. After that, got a big backlash from community, and after that, they said, you know what? I am not going to make a content. But you know what is the hypocrisy of this? Hypocrisy of this that on the live streams they were playing with those tanks. I won't say the names. It's not the point of this, but
That's
just to
crazy. I didn't know that. I don't know what you're talking about, really. I'm talking about something I simply don't have the knowledge about.
highlight that YouTube is not only one platform where people are watching or where people are providing the content.
Not everything. I'm talking about that specifically. I don't know what people they're talking about. Basically, I don't know what people they're talking about.
For folks, right? It's very important thing to
They could be
say.
talking about Quickie
There is
Baby, maybe.
definitely some hypocrisy, but some people care about this, some people don't. My way is just to say that out loud. I won't mention the name.
Hey, I wouldn't be
This video
surprised,
is not
Quickie
about
Baby. I
the
really
fighting.
wouldn't.
Just keep in mind what you are watching, right? Now, what going straight up to the fourth bit?
I could see it.
What are
It's
the
that simple. I could
options
see
to
it, Quickie
approach
Baby.
this situation? Since Wargaming cares about only one thing, at least in my opinion. This is cash, this is money, this is green, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is the ways to approach this type of situation? Now, from the player perspective, what can you do or what you
I think we did all we could. Really. Of course, there might be more people might want, but they are listening. They're not. They're not. They are stupid. Yes, they are stupid, but they are listening. And if they don't have a player base, then obviously they won't be making money. So they need to do what's correct and try to get what they want, but also give us what we want. And like I said, they are doing better this time with the loot boxes. They are putting more things in them. For the standard, at least. The standard loot box has more things in it. It even has a tier 10 tank. But you can think about it in this way too. The thing has more things to potentially get in standard. And that could mean that you're gonna need to use more money to actually get the tier 10. One of the main reasons I like loot boxes though is because not only are you getting tanks, you're actually getting a bunch of other things with it, like experience, free experience, crew books, credits, and also some gold too. Gold can be a lot, actually. It can be a lot of gold. Regular loot boxes is actually one of the best ways to get gold in the game because you can get lucky and get more than you paid for. You can abuse the mechanics. And that's the same with this. You can abuse the mechanics by getting lucky. And of course, if you still have a lot of money, If you have enough money, you can get everything. It doesn't matter for you. I mean, that's in general, really. Any type of paid content on Wolf Tanks, you don't care. But you can show that more with this. You can show you're rich. So that does have its own value. That does have a value. Or you can show you got lucky. You're one of those special people that are not rich and you got lucky. So it does add something to the game. It does. And I like it. I think it's a really interesting idea, and they should refine it more. They should refine it more. It's not perfect yet. And they could even do it less. They could even do it less. They could. They could do it less, but they've already gone the 3 route, the 3 chances route, the 3 loot boxes route, the 3 tiers route. So it's okay. Keep it 3 tiers, but make it work. Refine it more. It's not perfect yet. It's better though. It's definitely better than the previous time. You could also say it's not better. You could say it's the same. Of course, you could. You could say that. But I already told you why it's better. It's because it has tier 10 tanks in each one, which is better. It is more interesting too. It is more interesting. Because, like I said, it's like life. There's so many different levels to life. There's so many different levels and so many different aspects to think about and to improve on and to feel. And these loot boxes are like that. They're like all those levels. Of course, like I said, I want them to be more understandable though. I don't want there to be chances inside the sections that you can get. I don't want that. I want that gone. That's stupid. I'm okay with them doing a section type of thing, but the chances inside that section have to be all even. They have to all be even, all the same chances. They have to be all the exact same chances to get those things inside that section. That's what I'm okay with. That's what's correct. Not I'm okay with. That's what's correct. Also, don't think I'm perfect now to be talking like this. I did not sleep very well. So, I did not sleep well, actually, at all. But it's okay. I'll say what's correct, anyways. How they should do it, they should have sections because it's simple. It's more simpler. It's more simple to make a list about if you have those sections, because then you can put every single, like, thing that is involved with what you want in that section. It's more simple. It definitely is way more simple, way more easy to understand, so it is better in that way. It is better, but you have to not have chances inside that because it makes 0 sense. That's simply nonsense from Wargaming trying to get you to spend more money. That's all it is. That's all that is, really. That's literally all that is. It should be like, say you have a 20% chance or a 10% chance to get a tank inside a loot box. And so once you get inside that 10% chance, so you're gonna get a tank basically. You're guaranteed to get a tank. You get a tank, but then which tank do you get? Every tank should have the same chances. It should have the exact same chances as any of the other ones. There should be 0 difference. It doesn't matter how good the other tanks are or how high of a tier they are. They should all have the exact same chances. Because if they don't, all they're doing is basically making it more difficult for you for no reason. It does nothing. All it does is give them more money, basically. It's difficult. It's definitely difficult to talk about. I'm trying to think and trying to justify what I'm saying or clarify it. One of the main things that they do wrong with those chances inside those chances is that they don't actually disclose and tell people the chances inside those chances. They don't even tell people. You have to go to a different website to find it. You have to go to a website that requires you to show it. A different country website. A website from a different country. That's what you have to do. And that's terrible. That's absolutely terrible. So, like I said, it stays the same with what I said. Having chances inside of chances is extremely stupid, but you can have different tiers of loot boxes because it's way more understandable and it makes more sense actually to most players. You'll understand. And if you simply have good things in the standard one, the standard players will get enjoyment from it too, and it's actually not bad if you have good things in the standard one. And also, if you have every tank in the standard box, you can actually get better boxes from a tank. I think that's what you get actually if you get standard box and you get a tank from that you already have from that, you simply get the the best box from that. You get the best box instead. And then I think if you go to the best box and then you get another tank, you get a tank that you have already, then you get compensation with gold. I think so. I mean, yeah, it has to be. You can't get another box. Doesn't make any sense. So yeah, it has to be. It's definitely a bit more complicated to understand, but 3 tiers is okay with the loot boxes because it simply gives people more opportunity to use their money. But it has to still give players that don't have a lot of money to get what they want to get something they want, to get something fun. And so that's why I say it's okay. That's why I say that's the reason I say it's okay because it doesn't take away anything. What does take away something, though, is when you get lucky to get a tank, you have specific chances inside that go against you. Not because it's needed, but because they want to. Wargaming wants to. It's not needed. It shouldn't be done. It should not be done. And I really do like opening the boxes and actually thinking about. Of course, it's a thing that you can get lucky with, and it's a game that you like. It's not something complicated to understand. It's something you like and something you can get lucky with. Those are two great combinations. Not two great combinations. It's a great combination. That's a great combination. So yes, of course, people are gonna like it. I'm going to like it. And yes, I do hate the game sometimes. And I've seen a lot of stupid situations in the game, and I've seen a lot of people being incredibly stupid in the game. And I've talked to a lot of incredibly stupid people in the game. And the game can be a game is stupid in a lot of ways. And the game is terrible in a lot of ways. But there is things to like. There is things to like. There always is. And that's what keeps people here, is really those things to like. And one of the main things I would say is the simple fact of having countless different tanks in your garage and being able to play those different tanks that have different play styles and have different mechanics. That is what keeps people staying this long. Really. And keeps people here even though the game is not perfect. The game is absolutely not perfect and even is bad in a lot of situations. But of course, you have to think about how many times is it bad versus how many times is it good. And even if the game gets incredibly bad and is 90% bad and 10% good, a lot of people will stay. Not everyone will stay. Some people will quit, but a lot of people will stay because of the fact that they don't want to ruin their game. They like money. They like money. So it's like, why would they ruin their game for no reason? Why would they kill their game? Why would they actively do what people don't want and then therefore make them spend less money on them, therefore they're going to earn less money? Why would they do that? It doesn't make any sense. It makes zero logical sense. So they will not do that. And because of that, people will stay, even if the game is going 90% terribly and 10% good. People will stay. Not everyone, but people will stay. And I will be one of those people. Because even in those 10% chances, I like to make things happen. And sometimes in those 10% chances, events like this can actually help you significantly with different tanks and different play styles. I'm not talking about during that time. I'm saying before, like when the game was okay or yeah, okay, good, maybe a little bit bad or bad, even bad. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you know, if you understand the future, if you understand the potential future and probable future. And my current state of the game is actually good. I'm enjoying the game quite a lot actually. They changed the matchmaker and made it and so they made it so that you get a bit more of the same tier tank and also a bit less of the plus one minus a bit less of the plus and you get a bit more of the minus on tier 9 and tier 8 tanks, which is the main tanks I actually play. So it feels much better. I really like that. And also I've been playing a bit of a tank that's a bit easier to play and a bit powerful too. And that's why I say that having a powerful tank is not bad. It's simply that you have to control it. You have to control it because else there's going to be power creep. Because if you simply make powerful tank, okay, if you simply make every tank powerful, then they're not going to be powerful anymore. Then you have to make another powerful tank that's more powerful than the other ones. That's not like the other ones. You'd have to make something different. And that's what power creep is. That's what people call power creep. That's what people call power creep, and that's the exact reason why it's bad. That's the exact reason it's bad. It is bad. But you have to control it. You have to, of course, not let it happen. You have to not let it happen. But you have to control the powerful tanks you release into the game. And you have to basically release not powerful tanks. I would say that's what you should do. Really, you have to release not powerful tanks, but fun tanks. Or powerful tanks, but difficult tanks to play. Okay, let's continue watching. I've said enough.
You should do. Let's stop for a second. Let's dig the bloody FOMO devil that is sitting on your shoulder and let's think logically what can you do. Option number one, if you do not enjoy the game, right? Or you disagree with this type of gambling, tiered stuff, you just don't touch those boxes with a stick. That means you just simply do not buy them. Option number two, you like the game, you enjoy the game, you disagree.
I do not like the game in its entirety. No, I don't. Not every aspect I like about the game. I've told you this already. There are a lot of terrible things about the game. First one on the list, artillery. I hate artillery. I absolutely hate artillery. Not only do I hate the aspects of artillery, I hate the players that play artillery. I hate the players that play artillery so much. They're the most disgusting people. They're the most weak people ever in the entire game. I think the artillery players are the most weak people ever. Not only because half of them probably have disabilities, but half of them probably don't know what they're doing in life. Like, they have zero understanding what they're doing in life. It's either that, or they understand how annoying and how terrible the role is, and they like annoying other people, and they like being terrible to other people. But then again, that doesn't include you not knowing what you're supposed to do in life and what to do in life. So that is included in that half that I said the first time.
With a system that is being introduced, you don't buy boxes. You just don't. Option number three, you like the game and all you care about is in-game goodies. That means you are a casual player, you are playing World of Tanks after a hard day at job or whenever you have a day off, serving in the military, maybe being a firefighter, maybe being policeman officer, or maybe being a stripper. Who knows?
That's crazy.
Right? It's completely
Imagine being a firefighter or someone that really works hard, that does a good job coming to play World of Tanks and getting a bunch of retards in your game. That's crazy. And getting like terrible matchmaking and losing every single battle and all this. And also getting a game that's extremely difficult to master. And that's sometimes completely unrewarding because of artillery. I don't think there's that many people like that. I really don't. I really don't. It's tough. It's tough because you wanna enjoy yourself whenever you had a hard day. Whenever you had a hard day and you had a difficult day and you deserve a reward. That's what you think, of course. Depending on what you're doing, of course. Depending on actually how you, not depending on how you actually did, but depending on what you think you did and how you think you did. How much progress you made in the day. You think you deserve a reward. Or maybe you don't. I would say if you play this game, or not if you play this game, but you do better in this game if you aren't thinking about rewarding yourself. Because not every game is going to be a reward. If you're thinking about rewarding yourself while playing this game, you're probably going to quit after a few battles. and you had a hard days at work. That's why I say I don't think that those type of players are playing this game. Many players. There's I mean, I know for a fact, actually. I could say for a fact, there's barely any players like that. I have more than enough evidence to say for a fact there's barely any players like that. This game is simply not rewarding. It's not rewarding when you're doing something hard that is already a reward. It's somewhat a reward, depending on what you're doing. I mean, some jobs can be extremely stupid and extremely terrible, and you want to come back and relax and and get that reward, get that guaranteed and perfect reward that you've been needing and deserving. But some jobs, they're already a reward. They're already amazing. They're already fun. You're already having a good time. And then you come back home and you don't need more. You want more, but you don't need more. And so that's why I say there's more to this. Well, not more to this. That's not what I said, but there's it's unlikely that those types of people would be playing this game. Those types of hard workers. Of course, you could say, well, it depends on the person. It definitely does depend on the person. Definitely. It depends on the person, absolutely. Depends on the job that you're doing and what you think about your performance. To know if you can come back and play a game like this. Like I said, this game is not always rewarding. It's not always it's very it's very inconsistent. And not only that, not only the game is inconsistent, but the players are inconsistent. And for a hardworking person that's needing something or that's wanting something, they would probably want something more consistent. Most of them would. Most of them would. But there are some people I would say I would definitely say there are some people that play this game that maybe even 2 or 3 people. Like seriously. I really don't think there's many. Two or three people that play this game that I was thinking 2 or 3 people like firefighters and like I don't know, some other type of important job that is, of course, it is necessary in some ways, but also in some ways it isn't. But it's a very important job for keeping people alive and trying to help the community as much as possible. Not simply helping your wallet, helping your money, helping your income, but actually helping the community. So I would say there's like 2 to 3 people like that in this game, playing this game currently, frequently. But for a lot of people, they they go to their job and they don't enjoy it and then come back maybe to play World of Tanks to make themselves feel better. And there's also probably a lot of people too that go to their job, enjoy it, and then come back and play World of Tanks to make themselves feel better too. I'm trying to make sense of this. I really am. I'm trying to make sense of this, but it's quite difficult to make sense of it because I added a bunch of different layers to it. I had a bunch of different complications to it. My brain's not working perfectly, as I said. I need to stop talking. I need to stop talking. That's what I need to do. Making things more complicated because I keep talking. I want to talk. I do want to talk, but the fact is, I shouldn't be making things so complicated now. I really shouldn't. My brain is simply not functioning as good as it should. But it feels good. It feels good to make sense of complicated things even now. So I'm going to do it anyways. I would say there's 2 to 3 frequent people playing this game that's a hard worker or that's a worker that comes back home wanting a reward or needing a reward. It's either wanting or needing. Needing it, I mean, from the people that have a terrible job or a job that doesn't satisfy them. But wanting, I mean, a job that actually does satisfy them. And they come back simply wanting a little bit more. And there's 2 to 3 frequent people in the game that play the game a lot, basically, that actually try to master the game. For firefighters and police officers playing the game, those type of people, could be 2 to 3 of those too. Could be. I don't want to think more. I don't want to think more. There could be 2 to 3. Uh, and it could be the same category as what I explained before. The people that enjoy their job and the people that don't enjoy their job. It could be the same type of thing for those types of people too. So I don't think I need to separate them. I really don't. Yeah, I don't need to. I'm not going to. So frequency is important though. That's what I'm trying to that's what I'm trying to make sense of this is using the frequency of the players that play the game and that stay online and try to master the game and things like that. And that's what I'm talking about now. There's not that many people like that that do those jobs that work hard and come back that either need a reward or want a reward. If your job is like relaxed, I'm not talking about you then. If your job is relaxed and you don't have to put much effort into it. You don't have to put much effort into it or you don't have to think that much or you simply don't have to put much energy into doing it. Then I'm not talking about you because then you can simply come back and you don't need the reward. You don't need it. Or maybe you do need it. Maybe you do need it. Maybe you do need it. You could think of it like that. Maybe you do need it. Yeah. It's very specific what I'm talking about, really. I mean, very specific. 2 to 3 people is very specific. There are a lot of working people, definitely in World of Tanks, absolutely. So that's why I'm trying to get my number proper. I'm trying to get my number correct here. 2 to 3, but I have to specify what I mean by 2 to 3 people. Because there are a lot of working people in Willow Tanks, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of older people in Willow Tanks, so there's no chance that there's not those working people in Willow Tanks. Because there is. There simply is. There's a lot of people in Willow Tanks that play the game. So that's what I'm talking about is something specific, basically. That's what I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to say something specific. It's tough. It's definitely tough. It's crazy too because I wasn't planning on talking like this while watching this video. I really wasn't. I was planning on simply enjoying the video. Because I do like enjoying videos like this. So it's interesting to see a person talk about the game I like. The game that I'm currently interested in. I say currently, but I'm not interested in many games. I don't switch games. And this is a game that's really interesting. Okay, so what I'm saying is 2 to 3 people in those specific jobs like firefighting and police worker and policemen, whatever you want to call them, the police, the doctors, maybe a surgeon, maybe I don't know, some other important job. I don't care about all the different ones. I really don't. It's not important in this talk, in this subject. All the different ones, it's not important, but I'm trying to say there's 2 to 3 people probably playing this game frequently or very much at all. That they keep coming back to it. There's probably very few because they want a consistent reward. And some people need a consistent reward. I'm not talking about doctors and policemen and firefighters here. I'm talking about and I keep naming those 3 there because I don't know anything else really. I'm not gonna say anything else. I can't think of anything else now. I'm not gonna I can think of it, but I'm not going to. I'm simply not going to. It's more than enough for you. My brain is not working. Oh my. Let me drink some water. Yeah, there's 2, 3 people in those specific roles, but in those specific, very important roles and very community-driven roles, not simply money-driven. And then for the other people that are money driven and less community driven, there's more. And I'm not going to say a number for them. But like I said, it depends on if you come back home and you are needing a reward or wanting a reward. If you want a reward, you can be more consistent in this game. But if you need a reward, you're probably not going to choose this game. This game is simply too inconsistent. Okay, I'm done talking now. That's good enough.
Up to you, then you can buy it, then it's completely up to you, right? Simple as this. You have three options, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I believe if Wargaming will see that this event is going to be profitable, and I believe it was very profitable last year because, you know, I've seen what people shared on the live streams and whatnot. I had some people who I know their financial situation isn't great, right? Because you are talking with the people who are in the stream, and yet still they bought 500 of their bloody loot boxes, which is
You know what's crazy though? You know what's crazy about this is that people are literally buying that exactly what he said. It's true. It's true, and that's somewhat for me too. Actually, I'm not very rich. No, I'm really not. I'm really not. But the fact is, when people don't have much else to enjoy, they want to make what they actually do enjoy the most. They want to make the most from it. They want to enjoy it to the maximum. As Skill would say, I guess. They want to enjoy it maximally. Because they don't have anything else. So even if they don't have much money, it's worth it. It's that simple. I'm not saying that's for me. I'm saying that's for some people. For some people, like me, there's other things to enjoy. But this game is special. I know that. I'm intelligent enough to see that. This game isn't something I simply like. I actually understand this game. I understand the game, and I see its potential. Even now, this game still has potential to grow, get even bigger. But they have to stop thinking with their 59-year-old brains, their dang 80-year-old brains, their 70-year-old brains. They have to stop thinking with their 70-year-old brains. They have to start thinking with their 20-year-old brains and their 30-year-old brains and their not 30. 30 no, actually no. That's too old still actually. 20-year-old brains. They have to start thinking with their 20-year-old brains because those are the ones that are innovating. If you're 30, give them a chance. If you're 30, give them a chance. But over that, you're probably an idiot, and you're probably gonna do the same thing over and over again. You can innovate still being 40, 50s, but once you start getting older, at least for most people, and you have to apply that to this subject, you have to apply this. They're less likely to. A lot of people are extremely stupid, and they get only stupider as you get older. You only get more stupid as you get older. And also, yes, stupider is a word. I can literally make it a word now. You know, you can actually make words in English. Um, yeah, you actually can make words. They don't actually have to be in the dictionary for you to say them because you can apply the same rules to the word and it is a word then. Once you apply the same rules, it actually is a word. So stupider is a word. More stupid is nonsense. It's it's literally making it's saying it's using more to then say stupid when you can simply say it stupider, which actually makes way more sense. It makes much more sense than saying more stupid because it's one word and there's for a reason. There's for words that need it. In a sentence, there's words that need it. And so, because of that, you can simply make it a word. It's not currently a word. I don't think it is. But, well, at least people don't think it is. A lot of people don't think stupider is a word because they say more stupid is the correct way to say it. No, it's not, actually. Stupider is the correct way to say it. Because it's a word and it's more efficient than saying more stupid. You can definitely say that if you want to try to add more information to the sentence, but stupider is more efficient. And it doesn't not make sense. It does make sense.
500 euros. This is ridiculous. It makes my heart bleed, right? It truly does. But, what can I do? I did my best last year. I truly did.
Yeah,
And last
skill
but
you can
not
only do
least,
so much. You can only do so much. And and also there's only so much you should do. Really, there's only so much you should do in a situation like this because you can't please everyone. You really can't. Um, Basically, what you should do is go with the majority and what makes logical sense. That's what you should do. That's what you should do here. Is go with the majority and what makes logical sense. Use your logic and go with the majority. If your logic says otherwise, what the majority is saying, then don't do what the majority is saying. But if your logic says that the majority is correct, then do what the majority says.
just to say that straight, I'm asking your opinion. What should I do? What should I do? Simple as this.
Yeah, it's tough. What should you do, Skill? Tell me.
I will need you to comment in the comment section down below. What do you want me to do? There is a couple of options how we can
We're gonna
approach
watch the
this
next
and
video. There's
how
another
we
video that I
can
uploaded.
we can deal with this. Now, what is the content where the Raumfalte goes? There is a content in the index page. That means ratings of the tags, how good they are, to add some sentences and everything. That
It still isn't even that loud for me. Let me fix this. For me, this isn't that loud still.
is one bit of the content. The other content is to play of those tanks, and in order to rate those vehicles, I need to play
I can't click it and still see the levels. Let me see something. Yeah, it shouldn't be. No, it isn't. It isn't. Maybe it is. Oh, dude, maybe it is. Oh my. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough.
Play with them. And off stream, I just don't have that much time in the day.
Okay,
I
we'll
just
say it's
simply
okay.
don't.
This is better volume for me.
So pretty much one goes with playing with those tanks, doing whatever I want to do or whatever I need to do in order
Does
to
that
raid
turn it
them
on?
to entertain
Control
people.
backspace?
Make
Yeah, it
YouTube
does.
videos
Okay,
with
good.
it, right? That is one option.
Oh, here's the
I
options. Good.
want
Let me hear them.
to do
Let me
or
hear them.
whatever I need to do in order to raid them to entertain people.
Here's
Vehicles, I need to
what you should do, Skill. Here's what you should do. This is the fact. Say what I said. Really, that's the best option. To say what I said. Like I said, do what's logical for you. Do what's logical. Try to find the fact. You have to find the fact. You have to. The fact is what I said previously. That tiered loot boxes are okay, but they should not have chances in the chances for the items because it simply makes no sense. It's stupid, it's not rewarding, and it makes it so that players cannot get what they want when they don't spend that much money, and they have to spend more money to get what they want. So you should say that. You should say that to everyone, that they should improve it, they should refine it more. And you should simply try to enjoy the game. Try to enjoy the game. Try not to see things in such a competitive way, and try to think about it as like a fun way. A lot of people think about it in such a competitive way. Yes, it can be competitive, and a lot of the times it is. But there's more to the game than being competitive. There's more. Even when you're being competitive, you can be also not competitive in different ways. And so that's important to think about, is like, even when you're being competitive in World of Tanks, you can be playing a garbage tank. And so that's not competitive. And so you simply have to think about these things and try to understand that the game has so many variables to it that you don't have to say it's horrendous. The only thing that's horrendous is the power creep. The only thing is horrendous is the power creep. That is the only thing. If they keep things not power crept and not getting stronger with every single thing that they're releasing to the game, it's going to be challenging, yes, but they can do it. They can do it. This game has many more variables, and they can even introduce more. They already have been with different mechanics. So they can introduce more variables and more things. It's literally like a life simulation because it's tanks. Just introduce more different tanks. That's all you have to do. Don't make it stupid. Don't make it like a retro game or like a stupid hero shooter where there's a bunch of different stupid abilities that you can activate. Don't make it like that. Make it more realistic. Make it more fulfilling and immersive. But add things that are fun. Add things that make sense. And don't power creep the game. That's what you have to do. And that's what you should say, Skill. And play your tanks. Enjoy them. Try to enjoy them. Say if they're good. Say if they're really good. Say if they're powerful. But the thing about this game is that nothing can be overpowered because there's 15 players. And it's not like it's a 1 versus 1. You can't say it's overpowered when there's it's only one player that has it. The only time it's actually overpowered, like say for example, I really want the MBTB. So let's use the MBTB as an example. The MBTB, a lot of people call it overpowered. A lot of people call it very powerful and broken. Skill called it broken, and skill called it overpowered. And I mean, I can see it. I can definitely see people calling the tank overpowered, and a lot of people don't like the tank in general because they know a lot of them can't afford it. So, for example, the MBTB, if one player has it in a 15 versus 15 match, the best way to make it fair would be to put another MBTB on the other team. But if they did that, then it could be boring in some ways. It could be, and it also could be stupid in some ways. And so all you need to do is be sure there's not more than one on one team. More than one tank on one team. That's powerful. And it doesn't have to be the same tank on both sides. It doesn't have to. It simply has to be both players get a good chance at doing well. Well, I say both players get a good chance at doing well. What I mean by that is not that both tanks, if they 1v1'd, that one player could win simply from their skill. I'm not saying that because some tanks simply will be better than others. So it can't simply be skill based because of that. So what I mean by that is that that player on the other team, say I'm the MBTB player, and the enemy team has an AMX 50B, we'll say. There's still 15 other players, and there's 15 other teammates I have, and some of my teammates could be garbage. I could be the only one that's actually good, and the 14 other players on that team could be. I have 14 other teammates. The enemy has 14 other teammates. They could be the only good player on their team, or there could be a few other good players on their team, and that's all that's needed. And then that AMX 50B actually destroys me, and it gets the win there. It's that simple. That's why you have to do it, because that's the best way for you to actually play a powerful tank. There should be powerful tanks because that's simply life. That's you experiencing how powerful you can be. And then you play a light tank and then you realize, oh, this is garbage. This is how weak you can be. Well, you never really experience how weak you can be unless you can play artillery. So once you play artillery, then you understand fully like the whole range. And I understand the whole range. I've played artillery 40 times, and it's not going to go any more than that unless I have a mission to do that I absolutely hate because it's absolutely disgusting. That's the only time. I did it only for the light tank missions. 2 of them. I did for 2 light tank missions that were disgusting that I simply did not care about. I did it for 2 of them. It simply was not enjoyable at all. I was not having fun. Light tanks are so pathetic. They're like artillery. Light tanks are so pathetic. You sit in a bush all game. You sit in a bush all game. You drive around like a retard. You get killed in 3 shots. I mean, seriously, give me a break. You do barely any damage to the enemies. You have barely any penetration. Don't give me a break. It's nonsense. It's really nonsense. light tanks are extremely close to artillery, and they're too close. They're really too close to artillery. Way too close. Artillery is disgusting, and light tanks are too close. They don't deserve it. They don't deserve it. Some light tanks are not that close. I would say 90% or 80% light tanks are not that close to artillery, but there are some light tanks that are too close, and that's what I don't like, is that why are they so close to artillery being so horrendous and so unenjoyable and so boring? Why are they so close? Like, the amount of effect you have on the battle, why is it so close to artillery? It doesn't make sense. Light tanks are supposed to be fast tanks. That's their purpose. They're not supposed to be weak tanks. They're supposed to be fast tanks. They can have good hit points having no armor. They don't need to have no hit points having no armor. Like, there's a few light tanks in the game that simply have 0 hit points. They're dead in 2 shots, like EBR. EBR 75 for some reason has 900 hit points. That's garbage. That's absolute nonsense. EBR 75 is a special tank though, because it's a little bit it's a bit more powerful. It's a bit more powerful than the others. And that's saying something. That shows the level of light tanks, is that EBR 75 is actually a more powerful tank than most light tanks at that tier. It's just disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting, the level of light tanks. They're so weak. I mean, they're so weak. They're so pathetic. So no. No, light tanks need to be buffed. They need to be buffed and they need to be improved, because they're not fit to be in this game. They really aren't. To be in a game about tanks, and then all you're doing is sitting in a bush and driving around and getting killed in 3 shots. Yeah, that's not supposed to be in a tank game. Come on now, we can do better than this. We can do better than this. It's simply so stupid. It's not fulfilling. You don't get the tank experience driving around and getting killed in 3 shots, and getting unlucky and having someone shoot you from across the map because you got spotted one single time, and the dude gets lucky and hits you for like 500 or some nonsense. He gets a high roll, and then you lose half your tank, or more than half your tank, whatever. It's garbage. It's absolute nonsense, and it needs to be changed, because artillery is going to get changed. There's no way they're keeping artillery. I don't think they're going to keep artillery. I think players are going to hate it too much. Or they already have been, but I think it's going to get more and more hate. Really, the better the game gets, the more artillery I think is going to get hated on. Because people are going to be looking at it more often. The better the game gets, the only thing to look at basically will be artillery, because of the game being so much better. So the only thing that people are going to hate is the artillery. And so that means it's going to get even more hate. And people are going to be even more so disliking artillery, like even more. Like the artillery players that have played this game for so long, they might even switch. They might even go to playing different tanks and stop playing artillery and start realizing, wow, I'm a loser. I was playing all that artillery and I'm an absolute loser. But then again, maybe not, because some players are older and their brains aren't capable of realizing how much of a loser they are. So, yeah, jeez. Okay, let's keep going.
Play with them. And off stream, I just don't have that much time in the day. I just simply don't. So pretty much one goes with playing with those tanks, doing whatever I want to do, or whatever I need to do in order to raid them, to entertain people. make YouTube videos with it, right? That is one option. Option number two is to showcase how the opening of the Raumfalte loot boxes is looking like, so you won't need to FOMO it and you are seeing how the things are looking like. Do you care about it? To stimulate your dopamine and whatnot. I understand that showing the loot boxes will most likely make some people to buy them because they may see lucky opening or unlucky opening, whatever that is, right? So this is a risk of this, but you would be aware of how the things are looking like. Option number three is to ignore absolutely everything and just to ignore this event like I did in the last year. Quick story, very important story towards the end. Last year, I highlighted all the evils of Ramfalte loot boxes. We did a big preparation 40 minutes video to highlight all mental effects, how it looks like, how Wargaming is trying to get the money from your side and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what, in the end of the day, a lot of people still spit into my face and they said I'm Wargaming's whore, you know. So that is the irony over there, and that is kind of sad. But hey, I am doing what I can in order to entertain you and in order to
Also,
show.
Skill, I would like to say something. You need to relax. Stop taking this game so seriously. And also, stop taking everyone else so seriously. Stop taking the community so seriously. Like, I understand that you do this for money. I understand that. But focus on yourself. Focus on yourself. You are focusing too much on what the community wants. You're not focusing on yourself enough. Enjoy the game. Play the game. Focus on the game. There's still things you can improve on. There's still things you can improve on in the game. And there's still things you can even enjoy in the game. There's still things you can enjoy improving on in the game. So focus on the game. Stop focusing on what everyone else wants and making content and all this other stuff. You can make content, but don't stop focusing on what everyone else wants so much. Simply enjoy yourself. You can make the people that watch you enjoy you enjoying yourself. It doesn't have to be what they want or what the people you see in the comments want. You know, people that are in the comments aren't actually what everyone wants. I don't even comment on your videos, but I watch every single video. And it's actually more people like me that understand what is correct to give you what you deserve. People that don't comment. Let's continue. Let's continue.
Case, what do we have? By the way, last year I did not open the boxes. I did not play tanks on stream. I did not add them into the index page. And in the end of the day, those boxes are returning back, and we have the same thing.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that you say these things, but you have to do a bit more than that. You really have to. You have to do a bit more than that because boxes aren't the main problem.
Again,
The boxes aren't the main problem in this game. What's the main problem in this game is artillery and a few other things, but it's not these tiered loot boxes. Definitely not. Definitely not. This tier loot boxes stuff is not gonna kill the game. What will kill the game is power creep and artillery and stupid players.
And there is one more evil bit of all of this. Whenever you are a content creator and whenever you are making your living from the game, ignoring the new shiny
Yeah, then
things
do it,
is
dude. Do
never
it.
a
Do
good
it then.
idea, and it's not
Record the
never a
videos. Do
good
it.
thing. But I'm willing to take
Show
the
your skill.
sacrifice where the money goes. Um, telling me not to review the tanks, telling me not to show
No,
the
dude.
loot
Do it,
boxes,
bro.
telling
Do
me
it. You don't have to
how you
sacrifice
feel about all
simply
of this,
because of
and we will deliver it to you.
wargaming's decisions.
That is my goal, that is
Your
my
job
dream,
is
and this
to
is what I am looking at, fellas. So
your
once
job
again,
is to do what
last
you want.
final question, fellas,
And you like
and
this game,
last
and so record
final
yourself
bit to
reacting to
say.
the game
For me, lately,
and
this
reacting to the
game was
tanks.
dreadful. I feel like I am dying inside playing this game, and I'm saying
Yeah.
that by having my bloody arm to my chest. I was quite
Yeah.
negative with about the
Yeah,
game.
he's been hitting the game quite heavily. But I told you this already, Skill. You have to stop looking at it in the same way you do. You look at this game a bit in a different way, and it's because you've been playing it for so long. You have to look at it in a different way. You have to. You have to try different things. You have to try different things. If you start trying different things, you might be surprised with your performance. You might be surprised with your skill level and with your enjoyment too. I wanted to say something else, but my train of thought has went away. Let me try to get it back. Oh, yes. When you get annoyed, you have to stop hitting things. You gotta stop hitting your chair. I've seen you hit your chair before, and of course, it's when you're trying to do your best and you're failing a bit. And it's understandable if the game is garbage. Like, you can clearly say the game is garbage, or maybe you simply have a bad day. It's understandable. But if you're having a bad day, then that's the reason for it, and therefore you shouldn't be hitting your desk if you're simply having a bad day. A bad day, I mean, I'm talking about a bad day for your brain, not for for your game. If you're having a bad day in the game and the game is simply messing you up and your teammates are not doing well at all, then you have to understand that. You have to realize what's going on and start playing differently because of that. You have to adapt. If you're having a bad day and your brain's not working well, then don't hate your chair because of it. Simply say you're having a bad day and maybe have a relaxer. Try to relax your brain. Watch a video. Try to feel that motivation to play a bit and to make things work because I have bad days sometimes too with playing the game and understanding what to do. And I'm trying to make things more smooth and try to not have those bad days as much. But it doesn't change the fact that I do have them, and when I do, I it doesn't change the fact that I have had them. I'm trying to make them gone completely, but it's difficult. But when I do have them, I try to control myself and I try to enjoy the game anyways, of course, and that's when you get annoyed. Is when you simply keep going and you do worse or you simply experience more nonsense. That's when you can start hitting your chair. But what would be best actually though is to not have that memory in your brain of the fact that you had a bad day or whatever, and to simply realize when you should have a relaxer and you should take some time to yourself and maybe have a day to relax or to have a few hours to relax or maybe an hour to relax, to think about things and to know what you're going to do instead of simply focusing so much on doing things. Because I do think you're an intelligent person, Skill. I do think you're an intelligent person. You definitely think about things in a better way, which I do like. But you're not perfect. You have to you have to think about your weaknesses, like I do too. You have to fix your weaknesses as best as you can, and then also improve on your strengths. And those are some of your main weaknesses. What I've said, being too experienced. You play this game for so long, and you're not thinking about things in a way that's innovative. You're thinking of things in a way that's safe and also what you understand and what you've been doing for a long time. You have you have been using your skill level. Of course, there is a skill to this. You can't simply do the same thing every single time, but you have to be a bit more innovative. You should be a bit more innovative. I've seen it in some of your videos. You definitely should be, and not only should you be because of what I've seen, but you should also be because of your happiness. When you play this game, to really be fulfilled in this game, you have to be innovative. You have to think, what is actually the best play at the start of the match with the tank I'm playing? What is actually the best play before the match is even started? And don't look at the tanks. Tanks are so situational, and you don't know what the skill level of players are simply from the win rate or whatever. You shouldn't be looking at all that garbage. You simply shouldn't. What you should focus on is the things you can understand and the things you can control. The things that you can control is how you is when you're actually going to enjoy the game and when you're gonna feel fulfilled when you are in a match, even if you lose that match, you're gonna feel good, like you played well. So that's all you need to do. That's all you need to do is simply feel fulfilled and also enjoy yourself. Have some fun in the game while you're doing it. Of course, those emotions are more complicated because those are the end results. I'm not telling you how to get to them. I already have told you how to get to them actually, but like I said, my brain's not working properly, and I'm not. I was about to tell you the reasons and the exact ways to do it, but I think I was at least. But then I started talking about something else. I started talking about something more specific, and that's the reason I lost my other explanation. But I lost my previous thing I was saying. Basically, I was trying to add to it, basically, but with that explanation. Hmm. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, you need to think about things in a different way. Not only for the gameplay, but also your reactions. And also you need to think about things in a different way with your decisions when you are not playing well. When you are not playing well, not your team is, but you. You need to think about your decisions and your thoughts because they're very important. And you should understand that for a fact, hitting your chair and doing things like that are not going to help. Yes, of course, there is a funny aspect to it when people are watching you and you get annoyed and you do something stupid because of it. It's funny. But for being passionate about the game and for being happy about the game, and there are a lot of people that don't care, that don't want to help you, and that don't even understand how to help you because they're stupid. But I do. I do want to help you, and I do want to understand how to help you, and I do understand how to help you. You simply need to think about things more. Really, you need to think about things more and stop being so serious with this game and simply also, you may be looking at the map too much. I will say that. You may be looking at the map a bit too much in World of Tanks. There are situations where you should be looking at the map, but it depends on what tank you're playing. If you're playing a single shotgun, you may want to simply look at the map all the time and play around that area. But there are specific tanks that are simply meant to control areas and not to simply sit there and wait and do nothing and not support your teammates when they go in and things like that. So simply think about some of those things, and yes, you might lose because of those thoughts, but at least you'll be thinking more innovatively, and you'll be trying things. And and not but trying things can actually be very fun compared to simply doing what you already understand. Because there are countless different ways to make things happen in World of Tanks. There's countless different ways to do things in World of Tanks. So try things, try some different things, and stop doing the same thing over and over again because when your brain's not working and you keep trying to do those same things and then you fail, then obviously you're going to get annoyed because those things that you do are not always going to work. And so you have to think more about you have to think more about, of course, what is correct, but also about the situation. There's definitely a way to analyze the situation and to react before you get hit hard or you die because of the situation. But there's only so much you can do to react. There is a limit to it. There's only so much time you get to react, and there's only so much information you can actually use to react. For example, for example, that's such a stupid way to say it. An example would be at the start of the match. At the start of the match, all you have is the tanks on the enemy team, the win ratio or whatever else statistics, and that's it. You can't see what's in their brain. You can't know what position they're going to be at. You can't even know what's going to happen in the future. Y- I mean, of course, you can't know that, but you can't know any of that, any of those things. So the only thing you know is the map, really. The map is the main thing you know. So go to the positions and that fit your tank, that are actually correct for your tank, and rely on your teammates because the teammates are the main thing. You have to rely on your teammates. If you're making a aggressive play, you have to rely on your teammates, or maybe your teammates making an aggressive play, then you go in with them, or your teammates are being passive, so you have to be passive too. Depends on the tank you're playing. Like I said, you don't always have to be passive if your teammates are being passive. It depends on the tank you're playing. And also your skill level too. But try different things. Don't simply see things as like your brain not functioning properly. Maybe your brain is functioning properly, but you simply aren't being innovative enough to make it work. Maybe that's what's going on. Because I've noticed you've definitely gotten worse at the game. You definitely have. Because the game is changing a bit. The game is changing a bit. It's less, well, of course you have adapted quite nicely, but the game is changing. It's definitely going into a different direction than when you originally started. And how long you've been playing. I think the game has stagnated quite a bit in the past. And it's gotten significant. Well, I don't know exactly. I haven't been there through all the years. I really haven't, so I don't know exactly. But things are definitely changing. And from a lot of the performances that I've seen, I've watched a lot of your videos. You are changing, and things are getting worse for you. But that's why I'm saying they don't have to get worse. They can actually easily get better. You're a very skilled player, and you can easily improve. You simply have a lot of map awareness, and I mean, you know what you're doing a lot of the times. You really do, but you simply have to innovate a little bit more and to control yourself, control your emotions a bit, and relax and find more enjoyment in the game because you're not going to do well if you're not motivated. If you're not motivated in the game, you're absolutely not going to do well, and you're going to fail more. You're going to get more upset. You're going to hit your chair more if you're not motivated. If you don't really want to play the game and you're only doing it for the people that watch your videos. That's the only if you're only doing it for the people, you're going to suck. You're going to get worse at the game. So you have to be motivated.
Because I think that the game definitely needs a lot of improvement, and I'm not a gaming employee. I am not here to say you that life is beautiful and sun is shining and everything is fine. The game is in a very rough state in my opinion. I stopped paying for a
I think yeah, the game is in a rough state, but it's gotten better from the recent patch of the matchmaker. That's all I can really say because I'm simply enjoying tier 8 and tier 9 and also tier 10 more, and also from how I've been playing the game too. I've been improving. I'm a new player in the game technically, and I've been improving more than I ever have been. And that's amazing. That's amazing for me, and it's making me enjoy the game more. So the game is in a rough state now with the factor of 2.0 bringing a lot of new players in, and it puts a lot of attention on the game, on what wargaming is actually doing, and it shows a lot of the stupid things that wargaming creates in their games and their maps, in their map design, and all this type of stuff. It shows a lot of their stupid things, and not fun things at all in their map design. When there's so many different players. I mean, yes, there is outliers like me that play the game and don't simply do what everyone else does and try different things. I understand very understandable concepts like heavy tanks are supposed to go to the heavy side or a side that's meant for heavies. Medium tanks can go anywhere, basically. Light tanks are meant to. Light tanks can either be this. They can either be spotting or they can either be spotting or playmakers. They can either be spotters or playmakers. Those are the two categories of light tanks. Tank destroyers are meant to support your teammates, basically. You know, tank destroyers are the main class for relaxing and waiting for people to make mistakes. Really, they're the main class for people for waiting for people to make those mistakes. There are some tank destroyers that can get involved a bit easier, but and yes, you can go anywhere with a tank destroyer too. But tank destroyers are not like medium tanks. They're absolutely not. Medium tanks are definitely more versatile. You can go anywhere with a medium tank, and it makes perfect sense if you go there. If you do well, of course, it makes perfect sense. But a tank destroyer, you can mess it up. You can mess it up even by going to a side and doing well on that side. You can mess it up because you could have done better on another side. Basically, you can have done a better sniping from the back and supporting your teammates like that. And so you have to simply choose what's correct. Of course, going to a side and doing a bunch of damage, great, good job. If that was the actual best option, and there's not much else you could have done, then great, good job. But if there was potentially something else you could have done, like sitting at the back and waiting for those people to make those mistakes, then that could have been a better option. That's all it is. That could have been a better option. So you have to think about that. Or maybe it could have been simply going in on that side. So, also to think about. But you do have the ability to basically sit back in a tank destroyer because tank destroyers most of the time have less hit points and they're slower and also they're more meant for sniping. That's what a tank destroyer is about. There are some crazy tank destroyers that have armor and things like that, but a lot of them don't have many hit points. And that's the reason they have such insane armor most of the times. A lot of the tank destroyers. Because you don't have a lot of hit points. And then artillery. Uh, the best thing to do with artillery is to drive in and kill yourself. That's the best thing to do with artillery because it's so useless and so boring. It's actually more fun to drive in and die instantly than to sit in the back and shoot for 100 damage every time or 300 damage every time.
Game myself. I used to buy the World of Tanks Plus. I stopped buying World of Tanks Plus, and I must be honest. I knew about the Ramfalte loot boxes coming for probably 9 months in advance. We knew
Yeah,
that it is going to come. I'm not
yeah, I
going to
knew it.
pretend you
I knew it.
they
I
are
knew
returning it
it.
back. No, I knew
Yeah, I knew that They know this type of stuff. They know a lot of information. They get briefed about upcoming information.
It is going to come, and probably another about 5 to 8 content creators did knew that as well. I'm talking about the top content creators who are involved into the CC summits and whatnot, right? It's just overall information for you. That being said, the game for me personally is in quite sad state, and I used to love World of Tanks. I truly did, and I believe that I still do, right? Somewhere deep inside my heart, I still believe that I do, but Wargaming needs to step up their game because they are doing absolute pile of caco. I truly believe so. I truly do believe
Absolute
so,
pile of
folks.
kaku.
Anyways, what should I do? Please leave the comment down below. I will take my time to
I
read
got some
as many
pineapples.
comments as I physically and possibly can. Please be objective. Please keep this in mind that there are multiple ways how to approach the situation, and I'm asking your opinion on what to do. That being said, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Stay strong. If you are enjoying the game, do whatever you want. If you don't enjoy the game, well, the only one way to say about this is not to buy this stuff. Although, if you love the game, buy whatever you want. I'm not telling you what to do. Thank you very much for being with us, and see you soon. Can't wait to read your comments down below. Peace.
Crazy.
Good day, sweet, magnificent mother truckers. I hope you are ready for your daily dose of skill.
What did they
Now,
say? What did they say,
yesterday I
Skill?
asked a very simple question. Should I get involved into Ramfalte event or tiered loot boxes
Yes.
or
They better have
course
said
or
yes.
however
They're
Wargaming
probably
would
gonna say
call it?
no, though. They're
And
probably gonna say no.
80% of you said, well, approximately 80% of you, because I read the comments, my YouTube editor read the comments. Most of you said, hell no.
Hmm.
And I respect that. And I am willing, and
Just like last year, ignore event until it's over and create content afterwards. Hopefully, most CCs will do the same. Why though? Why? Oh, I know why. It's because you're weak and you can't afford it. That's why. Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the reason. You know, there's no reason for you to say something like that unless you can't afford it. Because if you can't afford it and you don't have to worry that much, or worry a lot, worry much, then what's the problem? Oh, is it the problem that you don't want to use that much money on the game? Then that's your problem again. You don't want to use that much money on the game? Okay, that's not Wargaming's problem, that's your problem. That's a want, it's like I said, that's a want. It's not needed for you to buy these things. And as I said, it's extremely important to understand that there is content to get in the standard ones. It's like normal loot boxes, but it gives people the chances that have more money to get the stuff at the end, to get the real premium stuff. Or to get the more desirable stuff, whatever. Of course, it doesn't have to be more desirable. It doesn't have to be. But in the fact of it costing more, it will be more desirable because of that. That's what I'm saying. That's what I meant when I said more desirable and premium stuff, the real stuff. That's what I meant by saying that. It doesn't have to be better than the stuff in the standard. It doesn't have to be, and it shouldn't always be. It shouldn't always be because basically what that does is basically it makes only the players with most money get the actual most powerful stuff, and that's not nice. That's simply not nice. And if that's what they're doing, okay, in that way, I didn't talk about this before. I didn't talk about this before because I didn't think about it. If they if they are putting the most powerful stuff at the most at the inboxes every time, that's not okay. No. No, no, no. Because that gives it's not simply a money thing. It's more of a the players with the most money are going to get the stuff that's most powerful. And so it's a power thing because the players with the most money are going to be the most powerful then. So you have to also put powerful tanks in the standard one, and that's why I'm saying it's okay because they did put a powerful tank, the bzyg or whatever the stupid thing is called. They put a tier 10 tank in the standard version, and that's good. That's good. And they even put some powerful tanks in the second version, the middle one. Not the highest one, but the middle one. So there has to be some level of understanding to that. There should be. There should be some level to understand that. There should be some level to understand. Because it makes sense. And you should not simply ignore this and say it's a terrible event. It isn't a terrible event. You simply have your standards so low and your standards are so incredibly stupid that it doesn't meet them, and that's the exact reason you want that. It doesn't actually mean that it's correct. People still can get the stuff in the standard box and still have a good time. Of course, that's with anything, but it's more so now. And that's why I'm saying they did it better this time. It's more so now. And like I said, they can refine it more. It's not perfect yet. Not yet. I mean, it's not perfect. I don't know if it's ever going to be perfect, but it's not perfect, and they should make it better. I would really like them to make it better because then people could feel better about it and not say it's horrendous so much because it isn't horrendous. It really isn't. It's actually better than the standard loot boxes. It makes more sense than the standard loot boxes. They simply need to refine it more. Like I said before with the standard loot boxes, you should not have chances inside of chances. That's garbage. But the tiered loot boxes, it can be okay. But you have to refine it more. You have to think about things more. You have to think about the players that don't have that much money. You have to think about them too. Because if you're making it so that they can't even get what they want or have a good time, they're gonna be upset. And that's exactly why this guy is talking in the comments section. He might be someone that has some money. He might have some money, but it doesn't matter if you have some money if you're an idiot and you don't want to use the money on the game because of whatever reason, because you don't like the game or because you think it's stupid or because you don't think it's worth your money, and so you come to the comment section to try to make people literally you're trying to make others forcefully to have the exact same feelings as you do. It's absolute nonsense, really. It's absolute nonsense when you could simply say what I'm saying is that it should be better for people that don't have as much money, but it's not a problem. It's not a problem. The concept is not a problem. The the way they are doing it is a problem. That's the problem, is the way they're doing it, not the concept. The tiered loot boxes is actually okay, it's simply the way they're doing it. That's a problem, and they need to do it better. But you see the people that comment stuff like that, they don't even say anything. They type one little message and like, "Oh yeah, it's done." They should ignore it, and yeah, that's the best option because that's what everyone else is saying, and I'm an idiot, and I'm simply gonna say what everyone else is saying, and I'm not gonna think for myself at all. Because even if you're poor now, like say you don't have that much money, say you don't have that much money, and that's the reason you put that comment. What if you do? What if you get more money? And then what you said before isn't as important because you have more money and you can actually not care as much, and you could simply enjoy the game and enjoy those powerful tanks or whatever that's in the boxes. I think that this is how they should do it. I think this is how they should do it. I would say they put 3 or so special tanks in the standard, 2 special tanks in the middle section, and then 1, 1 tank in the premium section. It can be as powerful as it needs to be. Whatever. It can be powerful, but be sure power creep isn't a thing, and be sure those tanks in those standard versions are there. So basically what I'm saying is that there has to be more tanks that are also special and also powerful in the standard and the middle section. And I would even say that the middle section could have a tank more powerful than the top section, or a tank more fun than the top section. Do it however you want to in that way, but do it in that way. You can definitely play with those variables a bit, but do it in that way.
I am willing to do that. I have done
Don't do
literally the
it.
same
Don't
thing
do it, Skill.
last year. I
Don't
did
do it,
not
Skill.
touch this event with a bloody stick. I just simply haven't done that, right? Now, what you need to understand what that means whenever you are a content creator and whenever you are doing the things like this. Whenever you are refusing to review the shiny toys that are coming into the game, you will get significantly less views on the YouTube. You very, very well
Yeah,
may get significantly lower views on the streaming platforms. You are going to get, since you have less views,
exactly. So don't do it then,
obviously you
Skill.
are going to get less support overall. So
So don't do it
what
then.
I am asking
Don't do it then, the Skill. Come on, dude. Stop it.
for every and each of you to do, go and support your favorite internet beggar that makes a decision not to review it, right? Because you need to understand very important thing. For a content creator, it is a big deal not to do that because this is his livelihood. It's the same situation like you would be a car reviewer and there is some sort of, I don't know, Ferrari Cuyari coming out, and you don't like Ferrari, but sometimes you need to do the things that you do not really like, and people are interested in this. So it's the same situation like this. Although for Ferrari you may not need to open 1,000 loot boxes in order to get. All you need to do, you need to have 5 Ferraris in the garage and you are set, right? Jokes aside, it's important thing to say. Now, the next bit that I want to talk about, keep this in mind. All information, all statistics, everything what you can
Is not open for everyone to see because you have to be a paid member for it.
expect if you are choosing to open your wallet. I'm not your nanny, I'm not your I am not your protector. You know, you need to be responsible yourself. Where you put your money, it's up to you. Do you donate it to the church? Do you
Come
go
on,
to the
Skill, dude.
strip club, or do
Skill,
you?
you can't do this. I mean, seriously, this is such stupid. This is such it's such stupid. That doesn't even make sense. This is such nonsense. Making this a paid thing, trying to make the chances of getting things paid. Like this should be free. This should be free, dude. Come on, get it together. This should be free. There's some things that should be paid. Yes, there should be some things that are paid, and you should even have like a supporter page for this. But this should be free. This stuff about the loot boxes, this should be free. This is something that you're doing simply to make people happy, not to make money. There's things that you should be doing to make people happy, and there's things that you should be doing to make money. And this is not one of them. I'm not talking about the whole website. I'm talking about this specific page, about the loot boxes. There are some things here that should be paid or that can be simply paid, and it's okay. You can choose. But some things should not. And he's not insanely rich. This stuff does cost quite a bit of money. I understand that. He said it multiple times. I understand. But people are not going to pay the money if you don't motivate them to. And you're not going to motivate them to when you're putting the loot box statistics from for some reason behind a paywall. You're not going to motivate people when you're putting loot box statistics. You're putting that where you need to pay for it. You need to use your money to get it, or you need to use more time watching your videos to get it, or you need to go on a different platform to get it. I mean, it's nonsense. It really is. I would like to use this thing. I would like to. I would like to even show it in my videos, but I don't have it unlocked. I can't do that. And I'm not buying it. I'm one of those people that basically has to focus on what I want and what makes me happy, because currently I'm not in a situation where I can simply give you money and say it's okay. I can give you money because I simply have money to spare and it's my money, and it's I mean, I can do whatever I want. No, I'm not there. I'm simply not there. So no, I'm not doing that.
Buy loot boxes, right? It's completely up to you. Just keep this in mind that you can see exactly how the things are looking like, how openings are looking like overall. If you made a decision to open some yourself, to see your luck ratio, to
Yes, it's
see
all behind
absolutely
the
everything
paywall.
over there. You can find it
Yes.
on the index page. Easy peasy lemon squeeze. Whenever you are going to the index, there is the boxes. You click on the simulate, and then you can see exactly what you are getting. And plus, on top of that, you can see the return on the investment as well. For example, if premium days are useless for you, you just simply remove them. If you have gazillion of the credits, you just remove them. If you don't care about the boosters because you have a lot of them, you remove them. If you have finished, I don't bloody know, all 5x missions and you find no use for this, you remove them. And you can see exactly how the things are looking like over there. Or maybe the situation is different, and maybe the situation is that you care about all resources but you don't care about the premium tanks, right? Then you can see everything over there. Anyways, that is very important thing. Now the next bit,
That's a cool
what I want to
feature. I like
say,
that a
do
lot.
not expect me to add the ratings on the tanks, or to add equipment on the tanks, or to add crew on the tanks, or field modifications and whatnot. I'm not going to be doing that. You need to be a bit more you need to be a bit more sustainable yourself. resource is over there. Go to the index, check it out. Just Google Skillful 2 index or check out
Albie's a 5
the
tank for the
description
community?
of the video.
Interesting.
You will find it
Only one
easily.
person.
Check out the armor of the
Oh wow,
tanks.
that's a
Check out the
weird tank.
alpha damage
Holy.
of the tanks. Play
What type
around,
of armor
do the
is that?
diligence in your way.
What was
On
that?
the other hand, I could, make a 30 minutes YouTube video showing the bits,
Let
how
me
the tank
check
is looking
something. I
like,
was
where the
checking
tank
that.
is strong
No, it's
and
good. We're good.
whatnot,
We're good.
but this is not what I'm looking for. I would look at this as already being hypocritical, right? In other words, what I'm trying to say, I am trying to say, if I'm saying I'm not going to do that, I won't treat the YouTube differently than I treat the streaming platform. It doesn't work this way. This is not what I am looking for. And once again, the
You
same
shouldn't do
goes for
this.
every and each
You shouldn't do this,
tank
Skill.
you can compare, and you can even compare it in double tanks, right? To check it out
Yes.
how armors
But that's
are
also a
looking like
premium
whenever you
feature.
are seeing one or
You have
another
to pay money
vehicle.
for
It
that.
is amazing resource, fellas. It is amazing resource. Now, very important thing to say, in order to access some features, you need to support us, right? There is no other way. The last year, we changed the attitude where the index goes because
I don't see why you can't simply add a support button somewhere and then put some different things in the website for you to get from that. But removing information of the whole purpose of the website is quite stupid. It's simply stupid. Removing the entire purpose of the website simply to put a payment on it and to make money from it is stupid. What you should do though, you should make something else. There, of course, is some problems with that, maybe. I would say maybe the calendar could be put a payment on, because no one cares about that, really. No one cares about that when they're trying to look at tanks. I mean, seriously, who's looking at the calendar? Of course, calendars is for specific people and the people that look at drops and all these stupid things, but most of the time, that the players that actually understand that they don't need to get all that nonsense and they don't need to do all that. They don't need to look at the calendar. They can simply look at the tanks and they can look at what the new tanks are going to be, and they can look at your videos. They don't have to look at the calendar for that. And if they want to know what events are happening, they can simply either wait or search online for leaks and things like that, because if there's nothing leaked, then obviously there's nothing going to be on your calendar about it. And also they can check the World of Tanks channel. The World of Tanks channel has a lot of things about what's going on. And it's a free resource. But the calendar shows a bit more information, a little bit more for very specific people. So that could be useful for some of those people. I understand what they're trying to do. They're putting things behind that payment because how else are they supposed to monetize it? I understand that. And that's the exact reason I'm trying to say things they could do to monetize it. What you need to do is you need to put a very small like monthly payment somewhere, or and put tiers to it too, like very small amounts. Very small amounts, a very big difference simply to allow people to support the cause even if they don't have that much money, basically. That's what you need to do, and you need to make every cent count. You need to make every cent have an effect, because people will support you if it's barely anything. If they can technically say they're supporting you while barely giving you anything, because that's exactly what some people will do, and that's profit. That's nice profit. And then, of course, you can have different tiers. And I would say what you should do is make it like a custom amount, basically. You should make a custom amount that people will support you for. Like, make it an option. Like you put an area somewhere where you can support where people can support you, and then you can simply type in a number, how much you want, how much that person has to pay to stay supporting you every month or so. That person pays that much. I would say that's the best way to do it. That's the best way to make it so that people can support you incredibly easily without limiting people. But then that also means that some people simply will not. Uh, but some people also will not anyways. There's a factor of people are not going to support you anyways. So what you're trying to do is basically make it so that they have a little bit more motivation too, and a little bit more factors to consider. But it's not enough. It's not enough. My way is better. It's simply not enough. What you're doing is demotivating people actually from supporting you because you're putting things behind the payments that shouldn't even be behind payments because you're meant to be giving people the ability to have this better website and this better place to look at things, and you're not giving someone better information when you're making them pay for it when they could potentially get it from somewhere else for free. Or they could simply not do it at all and not try to get that much information, and they could do that for free. So, yeah, what you should do is simply make it so that they can pay specific amounts because then much more people would be motivated to give you some money. And it makes perfect sense. I mean, imagine if I could give you like 5 cents a month or something like that. Like you're technically earning something. And that will stack up. That'll stack up. But imagine if thousands of people do that. Imagine if like 10,000 people give you 5 cents a month. How much money is that? Let's do a calculation quickly. How much people did I say? 10,000 or 5,000? I don't remember. Like I said, my brain's not working properly. I said 5,000. Let's do 5,000. How many cents did I say? Oh my, I can't believe I'm forgetting all this garbage. But okay, here's the calculation. So I did 5,000, so 5,000 people, and they're giving you 5 cents a month. That's $250 a month. And if you do 10,000 people, it's going to be $500 a month for 5 cents. So you see what I'm talking about now. You have to think about these things. You can make the entire website free. You simply have to make it so that people are more motivated to to give you money.
My mission was to give everything for free for everyone.
And you have to make it accessible. You have to make it accessible for people that don't have that much money, that can't simply give away that 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 big margin that you want. And that's why I'm saying this custom donation amount. This 5 cents. 5 cents is nothing for someone for every month. But if you're earning $250 a month from 5,000 people, that's a lot for you. That would be a lot for me. And then we could scale it up even more. Let's go 50,000 people. That's $2,500. $2,500 a month for
whatever.
50,000
My attitude changed
at 5 cents. But that doesn't even include the people that have the above level, the level above 5 cents.
after I got spit in my face for having one or another opinion. So since that day we
Oh, come
have the
on,
access
Skill.
levels and
Don't be
whatnot.
so upset.
Level 1 is free, level 2 is free. If you are following
Don't
for
be
6 months or you
you're
are
hurting
using
you're
the
literally
skill
hurting your
mod
business
pack,
though. You're
right?
hurting your
Easy.
business. You're hurting your business by being upset with the community. The community is stupid. You can't stop thinking about the community. The community just doesn't even deserve it. They don't even deserve it. Make what you want and make it free, not because of the community, but because you should. You should, not for the community. It's it's to make something that you're proud of, to make something you really like and know it's actually good for the community, not because the community says so, but because you decided so.
PC, be active user, download it, play 10 games, log in via the Wargaming API. Congratulations. Now, level 3 and level 4, those are paid functions. Keep this in mind. In order to get access to this, you need to subscribe either on the Twitch or use your Prime, or alternatively to be YouTube member. Or level 4 is tier 2, tier 3 on Twitch or Patreon. Simple as this, and I can promise you that those features will grow and grow and grow and grow and grow, because you have no clue how much we have planned where the index goes. In other
Yeah,
words,
but you better be
the
careful,
basics.
buddy. You better be careful. You could drive your business into the ground with this strategy. The best way to do it is to keep people motivated to stay here with you, not to lock things behind payments.
Stuff is completely free, easy peasy lemon squeezy, but the stuff that we are going to come in the future, especially the stuff that no one else has, we are going to present it as a gift for our supporters.
Especially because World Tanks is making the armor inspector. They could potentially do a better job than you at motivating players to use their armor inspector instead of yours.
Hopefully that makes sense. That being said, I have a very interesting thinking process. Now, last year, I haven't took a single loot box
Wow.
from Wargaming.
I haven't looked at
Pretty much
the
it's automatic.
I have not looked at the World Tanks uh, the lobby. I have not looked at it yet. I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to look at it very soon, but I have not looked at it yet, and that looks crazy.
Process. They're just
We'll look at it
giving the
together.
loot boxes, and I have them, right? Now, what I'm thinking, hear me out.
That's how I wanted to do
I'm
it.
thinking that last year I haven't took them, I haven't opened them, I haven't done absolutely anything with them, right? And
Mhm.
what we got from this? What do we got from this? I'm not talking about the showcasing them or
Yeah,
not
exactly.
showcasing.
Exactly. What did you get from it though? Like you got nothing. You didn't get any money and you didn't get any progress in the game with the factor of making it better and not having them again because we're here again. We're at the same point again where we have loot boxes that are tiered. So again, what is the point? Simply make the videos.
Them. If I'm saying I'm not going to do that, that means I won't. And we lost gazillion of the resources or gazillion of the pixels in the game. This year, my thinking process is a bit different. And I'm very curious what you have to say. Please leave your comment down below. I'm very, very interested in this. This year, I am thinking about different stuff. I am thinking about opening them to literally get a free resources, because it's free. I haven't paid a single penny from this. No one will see this
Yeah, open them, skill.
unless
Take that
what I
credits
would
and all
do,
those
I
other
would
things.
record the opening, and after event is over, same like the tanks over there, whenever we will start rating them, playing with them, or showcasing them after event is over, right? So same thing to do with those bloody boxes, because I won't affect the sales anymore, and you will see how epic, disgusting, ugly, all of this stuff can be. Just food for thought, please let me know. I'm very, very curious. And in the same time, I can use this footage for whatever I need in the future, because let's be bloody honest. Wargaming won't back down. I assume Wargaming is looking into this event, even though it is a bad press and whatnot, in a very, very smart way. And I really need to give a credit for them. Pay attention at the timing whenever Wargaming is releasing this event, fellas. It is before the uh, low season. It is before the summer. It is before people will F off and stop playing the game, right? So Wargaming is releasing it now. People over the summertime, they will forget it. They will forget about the World of Tanks, about the dramas, about anything. And then, the last quarter is coming, high season, last quarter, the bloody holiday ops, whatever else. And Wargaming is like nothing. We have you covered. There is a lot of content. This is how I
The thing about this though is that this stuff they're talking about here is so minor. It barely does anything. It really does. It barely does anything. What's important is many other things. I'm not even gonna say it. I don't want to say it. Many other things completely different than that. Absolutely not. When the release schedule is happening, that's barely a factor in this. They think about it, yes, maybe they do think about it actually. I don't know 100%. Maybe they do think about it, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It barely affects anything. What's most important is how actually good it is for the game.
feel like, and I truly believe that they are masters of what they are doing. There's a reason why this company is a multi-billion company. Truly, absolutely insane and
Well, the reason
absolutely
is
crazy.
because the game
Anyways, let me know
has a
your
lot of
thoughts
potential. That's
down
the
below.
reason.
I'm very, very curious what you
And it's
have to
had a good
say.
past.
And what do you think about my cheeky project to deal with all of this whenever event will be over, and to showcase how disgusting, ugly, whatever else it can be? Just food for thought, fellas. Think about it and leave your comment down below. I haven't opened a single one of those, and I am just very curious what you have to say. And once again, just to highlight, this is free. I haven't bought it. I haven't paid the money for it, right? It's very important thing to say. Anyways, love you all. Thank you very much for being with us. I appreciate you. I'm ready to take one for the team for not reviewing the
No, don't,
content,
Skill.
and
Don't.
by
Seriously,
saying that
don't.
I'm ready to take one for
You
the
really
team,
shouldn't.
that we
You
will
really
get less
shouldn't.
views, we will get less people watching the live streams and whatnot. It's part of it's cost of doing business. What can we do? Anyways, love you all and see you soon. Skill is out for today. Peace.
Yeah. Crazy. Crazy. Okay. I'm gonna go do something now, but when I come back, we're going to go into the game. And yes, it is quite crazy that Skill wants to decide to. He wants to do what the community wants, but he's forgetting about himself, and that's the problem. And we are back. We are here. I'm here. And here it is. Look at this. Explore a new chapter of The Last Stand PvE game mode. There you go. Wow. Oh, yep. Here we are. Crazy. You know what I want to see before I even do anything? I want to see what type of tanks are selling in the store. What are we looking at in the store? Are we looking at anything special? Ah, we are. The curry. Okay, we got the curry and the turtle. Okay. Interesting. No XM57 though, unfortunately. I want the XM57. They sold it recently and I didn't buy it because I didn't realize how good it was. Then we have the shards. Yes, yes. I've already seen that, so we're not watching that. Yeah, here we go. These are all the tanks. We got the Albie. Albie's a weird one. Very weird one. So it's got 4 shots with a 3-second entry clip reload and 400 damage per shot. It's got some very weird armor. Supposedly the armor on this tank is strong on the front and weak on the sides. Very weird one. 7 degrees gun depression. It's a tier 8. It's a tier 8 though, so it has some potential. Definitely. It's got a rotating turret too, so maybe it's strong when you turn it like this. It looks okay, but I don't know how good it's really gonna be. The Prototypo 6 is here, which is really nice because I do really want the Prototypo 6. This is a very nice tank. I need that tank. This is a weird one, a new tank. Very low profile tank. It's a medium tank, a tier 8 too, so this tank could be quite good. Does it have good camouflage? Oh, interesting, it does. The Chrysler MTC. It does have good camouflage. Not very good, but decent. Sentinelli. This is a weird one. Yeah, it's decent too. I think this tank got a buff recently. I don't know exactly. It's not a bad tank though. This is the main one I think yeah, this is the main one I want definitely from this tier. The bzyg. You see, though, this tank's an interesting one. Definitely. It got some serious damage when you're in close range. But it does go down quite a bit. It can go all the way down to 300 damage. That's disgusting. And at 50 meters, it can go from 600 to 1,000. That's crazy. So what you want to do with this tank is you want to simply go in. This is like a go-in tank, definitely, 100%. And it's called a breakthrough heavy tank too, so you can probably get this thing very quick. Probably about 44 kilometers per hour, which is very good for a heavy tank. Got some new tanks here, and one of the main tanks I'm excited about is this thing, the Chieftain. I think this tank is actually quite good. There definitely is something interesting here, though. The Vercingetorix. What is this? It has some weird mechanic to it. Why does it keep sending me to the standard every time I exit? Oh, wow. Oh, I see. So it's got a speed mode. It gets 25 specific power in the speed mode. And it gets 60 top speed. It's a medium tank. Okay, it's a medium tank. It has a decent turret. It has a standard gun that hits for 400 every time. Okay, not bad, not bad. It has 2,500 damage per minute with a decently accurate gun. I don't know the dispersion factors, but it looks decent. The Ogre is quite interesting. It also has a speed mode. This tank is very quick. This tank actually has no armor. I looked at the armor on it, and it barely has any armor. But it has a really accurate gun. And the Chieftain is insane. It has a very accurate gun. Now these are the tanks that the main one is MBTB. I want the MBTB badly. because I simply missed this tank a long time ago. And I should get it. This tank is quite nuts. It has 6 shells that do 400 damage each time, but it shoots them in a clip that has 2 shells per 1 shell. So you shoot 1 shell and then you actually get 2 shots from that 1 shell. You shoot twice with a little with a little what am I trying to call it? What is it? Delay. With a little delay, we'll say a delay. With a little delay between the shells. So you shoot once and 2 shells fire, but there's a delay between those 2 shells, of course. The first shell fires instantly, the second shell fires after, I think, 0.5 seconds. "10 degrees gun impression. It's a heavy tank, too. Yeah, this tank is strong. This tank is very strong, and it's going to be quite fun, too. And the Serpent is a very interesting one. It's a tier 9 tank. It's 400 damage. This tank can do 800 in a salvo. And it can prepare the salvo in 2.5 seconds. Wow. And it even has some turret armor, I think, too. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it simply is difficult to hit the turret. Yeah, I think so. And it has a full 10 degrees gun depression. And it's a medium tank. And it's quick, too. 19 specific power, 55 top speed. Yeah, this tank's good. Does it even have a fully rotatable turret? I think so. This tank's good, I can tell. This tank is very good. What's the dispersion whenever you use the salvo mode? I think it's better? Or no, is it not better? Well, 8 seconds. That's disgusting. So, if you fire 1 shell, you're basically waiting 8 seconds to fire the next shell. That's terrible. So basically, you should always fire doubles with this tank. That's what you should do. And it has a 2.5 second prepare time, so that should be more than enough to fire a double. And you see, this tank can be insane. This tank is quite crazy. I was looking at this tank very recently. It has rocket boosters, which is the crazy thing. It's an extremely big tank, but it has the rocket boosters. And it has 700 damage per shot with a lot of hit points and a good amount of armor. A very good amount of armor. The turret is basically impenetrable. Unless you shoot here, which you can get a ricochet into the hull from here. Unfortunately. It's okay though. If you simply don't expose that much of your tank, you can simply be okay. The gun doesn't look amazing on this tank, definitely not. But this tank's ability will allow it to get into serious positions. So I'm most excited for the MBTB, but all of these other tanks I will enjoy too. Sentinelli might be an interesting one, maybe. It fires 2 shells with a 2.5 second interclip reload. So it's decent, and it has a little bit of armor too. It's actually a heavy tank, so it's not bad, and the gun actually looks okay. It's got some decent turret armor, not amazing turret armor, but decent. I think it even has space protection on this whole thing. That's what it looks like, so this is going to be better for heat rounds. So the armor on this tank definitely could feel quite good. And the speed is very good. 17 specific power, 45 top speed. That's not bad at all. Damage sprint is not very good, but that's okay. It has those 2 shells. Which tanks do I want? I want the Prototypo 6. I want the Albi. All these tanks. Oh yeah, bzyg too, of course. Bzyg, definitely. I would like the Chieftain. I could care less about the other two. And then I want all of these tanks. The Schwartwall, the MTB, and the Serpent. I want all of those. What type of prices are we talking about here? Whoa. 23,000 gold. Oh, no way. They're offering gold. Oh, because the players hating it so much. They're offering gold now. 8,000 gold? Wow. It's not bad. That's not a bad deal. That's not bad at all. That is not a bad deal at all. So you get tanks and plus 8,000 gold? Come on now. Seriously, how are people complaining about this event? Seriously. You should not be complaining. This is better. It's better. It's much better. Okay. We're back. Yes, we're back. Okay. There it is. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. I like the event more, but I have said this before, and I will say it again now. It needs to be refined more. Player base is still not happy, and I'm not fully happy either. I don't think this is perfect yet. The chances of things need to be better, and generally things need to be better. I like it more, and this is still enjoyable. Like, it's still enjoyable to get things. The effects are nice, but things still need to be better. We can't simply keep going with this nonsense of all these different things combined to make something that's complicated and difficult to understand. It needs to be easy to understand. It is quite complicated to understand currently. I am guaranteed to get a tank from all these. Guaranteed to get at least one tank. Oh, wow. It got me with that one. It was like, oh, stopped. Yeah, the style. Oh. Ah. I see. Here's my core. I got core. Okay. Let's go for another one. Oh, I already got a tank. Is that bzyg already? Dude. How? How am I so lucky? I got bzyg already. Look at my luck. I got bzyg already. Well, thank you very much, game. Thank you so much. I already got what I wanted. I mean... Already, I mean, I'm literally 5 in and I got the bzyg already. You see what I'm talking about, though? You see what I'm talking about? Let's be real here. Let's be real. Let's think about this. In the Rim Felty loot boxes, I did get lucky, too. And we have to think about this stuff. But you see, this is what I don't like about this, is that you can get the same one. I don't like that you can get... like I said, they need to refine this more. No, we cannot get the same one from getting lucky. That is stupid, okay? Let's remove that. Cut it out. You have to... if you get lucky, it has to be the better option. It has to be the better one. Not the same one. It has to be the better one. At least. And in the... oh yeah, and I'm getting a bunch of booklets and everything from this. This is so good. This is so good. Wait, let me look, actually. Let me look at the statistics here. Oh my, 100% universal guide, universal manual? Oh my. 100%. I'm not gonna get this every time, but look at this. This is very good. Are they all the same chances too? No way they're all the same chances. Because this one says 50,000, 100,000, or 250,000, but these are split. So does that mean they're all the same chances? That's crazy. Wow. Yeah, it's always nice to get a tank immediately. It's always nice. But luck is not consistent. And also I have gotten a bit unlucky now because of the shard thing. It's okay. It's okay. Let's go. Let's keep going. It's okay. If I get unlucky, it's okay. I already got a bzyg. I'm guaranteed to get another tank now. I'm guaranteed to get another tank at least. I've already gotten my value. This value I've gotten from this already. I paid $100. Yes, I did pay $100. I got a tier 10 heavy tank. And I'm going to get another tank, and I already got 8,000 gold. The value is really good. Like, this is really good value. So I'm quite happy with this. This is good stuff. And Wargaming knows they need to be careful how good this value is. They know this. They absolutely do know this. Because it'll make people less likely to buy if they're too valuable. Crazy. Fragment. Oh, no way. Oh, I got the best one. I didn't realize before I got the core. Oh my, I forgot. I got lucky and got the core last time. Why am I getting so lucky? Another fragment. Did it again? Why is it doing this? Why is it doing this? Because it makes me think, when is my luck gonna run out? Another fragment. Oh my. You gotta stop, dude. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. You see what I'm saying though? This is fun. This is fun. I'm having fun. Come on now. This is fun. Yeah, of course it's somewhat gambling, but this is different. It has a different meaning to it. And also has different values. This isn't technically gambling because you're getting stuff back. Gambling is like you're risking everything. This is actually you're getting stuff all the time. You're always getting something. It is better than gambling. Wow. I can't believe I got bzyg already, really. Go have a look at the tank in my garage. No, I'll wait. I'll wait. It's absolutely nuts, though. My emotions. My emotions. My emotions. It is a play on your emotions. How lucky can you get? I would like to check how lucky I'm gonna get in this opening, but unfortunately I can't check that because skill likes to make it paid, and I can't check their website for it. I'm getting a lot of fragments, holy. I wonder if they changed the rarities. Did they change the rarities? Let me check that now. 20%. It's 20%. And what about the rarities on these? It's also 20%, and then it's 20% again. Oh, that's sad. 20%, 20%, 20%. That should not be true. It should be less chances, so you get better chances to get a tank. Yep. I am getting quite lucky though with all these fragments. I absolutely am. This is a lot of fragments, but 20% is quite a lot. You have a good amount of chances to get in that area with 20%. You know what I like with this though? You know what they could do with this system? They could actually make it skill-based. They could make it somewhat skill-based. I would say they should. I would say that'd be quite fun if they made it somewhat skill-based and made like a mini game for it. That would be nice. That would be amazing. What would that do for everyone? That would do something special for everyone though. That would do something special for everyone. Maybe everyone could be happy then if they did something skill-based. You'd have to pay money to do it, but at least it'd be skill-based. And so it's not random every single time and there's not so many different chances. Or maybe they could make it like both. Like say it's skill-based, but also it has a little bit of random chance in it. I think they should. I think they should do it. That would be quite fun. Like we still would have to pay money for it, but it would be more interesting for everyone. This is still interesting, but there are some people that would there are more people that would have fun with this than this. There are more people that would have fun with that than this. And also there are more people that would like it because there still are a lot of people that hate on this. That hate this, that hate it, and they dislike it so much. I don't hate it. I like it. It can be better though. It's not perfect yet, like I said, but I do like it. I like content. Okay, what's the problem? There's no problem with content. There's no problem with content. Fortunately, I'm getting a bit unlucky here. It's okay. It's okay. I've gotten so many of the rare ones, but they've all been shards and fragments instead of tanks. I would like it to be. They could do both too. They could either do. They could absolutely do a mini game for this. They could absolutely do. They could do a mini game for this, or they could simply make it better. I mean, seriously, they could either do a mini game for this or make it better. But a mini game would be amazing. A mini game would be amazing. I don't know what type of mini game they would do though. They could do like a tournament. or so, like a 1 versus 1 tournament. And the top whatever amount of people get something. That could be nice. I mean, and like I said, I'm getting all fragments and shards. I'm gonna tank in 15 years. Even though I keep getting lucky. I technically keep getting lucky, but I keep getting fragments and shards instead of a tank. I mean, look at this. I guess 20% isn't good enough. I get lucky 20% and I'm not getting a tank or a shard. Or I mean, yeah, I'm gonna get a shard and a fragment and I'm not gonna get tank. I mean, this is the 3rd time in a row now. I mean, seriously, it's crazy. 3 times in a row I got shards and fragments instead of a tank. And I've gotten all, of course, I got it every single time before that. I didn't get a single tank. I luckily got 1 core. Unfortunately, the luck is obviously more towards shards and fragments. Which is, of course, like I said, a problem because that's nonsense. That's boring. If you get lucky to get 20% chance, if you get lucky and getting that 20% chance to get a frag, to get a better one, a better box, a better container, it should be the same chances for every single box. And again, I'm getting another fragment. I mean, seriously, how many times am I going to get fragments and shards? When will it give me a tank? It's supposed to be 10% chance. I've gotten one at the start, a guaranteed one, and then I haven't gotten this. I mean, seriously, I should be guaranteed at least 3 tanks from this because I got one at the start immediately. I should be at least 3 tanks. At least. The chances of me not getting 3 tanks is simply nonsense. It says 10% on this. Or is it 5%? Does it say 5%? Oh. Oh. It's 2%? 2%? Jeez. I didn't realize it was so low. That's why. That's the reason. Okay, that makes more sense. 2% on these smaller boxes, though. 2%. Unfortunate. I mean, I got one at the start, so I could definitely get one again, but that's definitely not nice. 2% is quite low. It shouldn't be this low, I don't think. Especially when there's a 20% chance to get another shard or whatever, and a fragment. It should be 10% or 5%. That's a much better number instead of 2%. Simply because you open a lot doesn't mean it should be that low. I'm not done after this 7. After these 7, I'm not done. I still have to open all my fragments. Yeah, I have more than enough premium days. I have like 85,000 premium days at this point. I think I'll be good on premium time. I don't need the premium days. The credits are really nice though. I do really like the credits. Last one. Ah, unfortunate. And now we're on to the shards, and we even have a core somehow. I don't know how we got a core, but we got a core. Oh, I'm already getting lucky. Crazy. I'm getting it. I could get another fragment though. But am I getting a core? Okay, I'm getting a core. Great. Nice. I'll take it. I'll take a core. But it's not really what I wanted though. Obviously, I want all the tanks from these boxes. I want all the tanks from these boxes. All the tanks. Maybe another core, or maybe potentially a... You know what, you can actually get a shard from this, which is disgusting, but yeah, I got a core. Good. Good, 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 good. Good. Yeah, wow, look at the free experience. 25k. Oh my. Oh my, that's a lot of free experience. Got a grenade launcher. You know, it'd be really cool for the 3D attachments if they actually did something. If they didn't simply... if they weren't simply cosmetic, if they actually did damage or something like that. Like they did a very small amount of damage. Maybe they could activate randomly in the battle, or simply when you get a shot in on someone. Whenever you put a shot on someone, you can shoot your gun or whatever you have on the top of your tank. And we could say they all do the exact same amount of damage, technically. Even if they shoot faster, they have a bigger gun, like the grenade launcher or whatever. You could say they all do the same amount of damage. That would be interesting because it would actually add to the game instead of basically doing nothing. I didn't get anything, unfortunately. I didn't get anything. I didn't get anything. So I got two tanks. I got two tanks. Not horrendous. Not horrendous. I could have gotten an MBTB there if I got lucky, but I didn't get lucky. That was good. That was good though. I got two tanks and 80 boxes. That's not bad actually. That's basically 100 boxes worth. And now what it's time to do is look at the bzyg. It's time to look at the bzyg. Where you at, bzyg? I can't believe I got that tank immediately. That was crazy. Unfortunately, I didn't get lucky throughout the entire thing, but that was very lucky. That was extremely lucky. There it is. Wow. This tank is crazy. The only thing I don't like about this tank, though, is the fact that it doesn't actually earn extra credits. I really hate that about this tank. And every tier 10 tank. Every tier 10 tank, because they don't earn extra credits. I want to play the tank and earn extra credits. But yeah, this tank's gonna be really good. How much gun depression does it have? 7 degrees, 2.88 seconds aiming time. I have 3 million credits from that. Wow. I had barely any when I first started, so that's quite a lot. Back. So, let's continue. Let us continue. Of course, there wasn't really, there was nothing that happened. I paused the video, so it is what it is, whatever. Don't worry about it. Actually, I'll tell you. It's because I was playing with my dog and I wanted to wash my hands to be sure my hands were clean. That's all it was. But what this tank has to offer is quite nuts. It has very good turret armor, extremely good turret armor, especially when you're hull down. I mean, look at this tank's turret. This is one of the strongest turrets in the game. I mean, it's 400 millimeters. 400 millimeters thick. If you hit there, it's impossible to penetrate. This is 400. This is incredibly difficult to penetrate. I don't think Jag Panzer E100 could even penetrate this thing. 60% chance to go through this. Fully hauled down, this is 60% chance. At best, 69%. Yeah, this is not very good. It's not very good chances. And then, of course, you do have the mantlet that you can go through with 350, but with standard rounds, no chance. 0 chance to go through the standard. And the hull is 344 with this gun impression. This thing hits so hard. It hits for 800. So this tank is insane. An insane tank to go into the heavy side. Just go in. That's what you want to do with this tank. Go in, use your damage per minute, and brawl with those tanks. That's what you want to do. This is a straight heavy tank with 2,200 hit points. You put hardening on this tank, and you go in. You do a turbocharger, of course, and you go in. And then the secondary equipment is your choice. But what would I put on this tank? I would probably put, yeah, I'm definitely going to put a vertical stabilizer on this tank. Definitely. The gun handling on this tank is good enough. You should definitely put a vertical stabilizer on this tank. A gun rammer is stupid on this tank. It really is. What's important about this tank is not the damage per minute. It's the damage per shot, and that's why you want a vertical stabilizer. The bzyg. The bzyg. And also this shell velocity, I already looked at this. This is absolutely insane shell velocity. 1,500 meters a second on the shell velocity. That is absolutely insane. And it even has good high explosive rounds. Tempted to put more high explosive on this tank. Tempted, I'm very tempted. No, we should be okay with 4. Should be okay with 4. Maybe not, we could go more. It's very important on a tank like this. It really is. But yeah, the accuracy is not very good, so you don't want to be sniping. You want to go in. You want to go in hard with this tank. You really do. This is the tank that you want to go in as hard as possible. We'll do like this. We'll do that. Wow. The damage per minute once you have bulletproof. That's insane. Intuition and then safe stowage. This tank shouldn't be set on fire, but if it ever does, I'll be sure to have the fire extinguisher crew skill to be sure I'm good. That's why. We're still gonna do side by side, of course, but I did the firefighting because really all of this doesn't matter that much. Side by side will really barely give you much. I guess it does some, but it's not much. And you really don't want to get caught on fire with a tank like this. Of course, it's a safety precaution too. It's definitely a safety measure, a safety thing. I really don't want to get caught on fire with this tank and simply die from it or whatever. Or take 1,000 damage from it or some nonsense. Also, this tank is way better than BZT-70. I can already tell. I already compared it to BZT-70 and this tank is definitely better. There's no chance. This tank is gonna feel really good. Look at this, it even has this. So you can get this top speed up to 44 with a 16 specific power. This tank's gonna feel fast. My stomach is making so many noises, holy. It's okay though. Unfortunately though, you have to sacrifice aiming speed to get that. But it's okay, you're gonna be close range and have a vertical stabilizer on it anyways. And this is what you should do. You should get the stabilization. Unfortunately, you're gonna lose hit points, but it's absolutely worth it. You need stabilization on this tank. And then you want to do... You want to do this. Absolutely. Get the traverse speed a bit better. Nicely improve the suspension durability too. Suspension durability is incredibly bad if you don't choose this. It lowers the speed, but this is much better. Halt reverse speed is much better. And aiming speed to try to save this, which you can basically counter it, so it's basically the same now. And then this one to reduce the stun duration. That's what's best on this tank. The speed is very important because you want to get close to your enemies. You want to go in with this tank because of the damage per shot. You don't want to sit around. You do not want to sit around and wait and snipe with this tank. Absolutely not. Yeah, the hull armor on this tank is actually really strong. It can bounce shots even from this angle, like this. How good is the side scraping capabilities on this tank? I didn't even think about that. Oh wow. It's not bad. It's not horrendous. You have to use premium ammo to get through the armor. Yeah, you have to use premium ammo to get through this armor. And as you can see, that's really not bad at all. It's got 80 millimeters of side armor, 80 millimeters here, so not bad. Doesn't get auto overmatched. This is the only problem I can see, really. This 55 millimeter plate here. It's okay though. It probably won't get overmatched. There's very few tanks that can overmatch this. Very few. It requires 166 millimeter guns and above. There's not many tanks that has a 166 millimeter gun. So because of that, it's basically good. And then when you use gun depression, this thing is incredibly strong, especially because it hits for so incredibly much. And then has decent damage per minute too. Of 3,000 with 15-second reload. And also another thing that's special about this tank is when you get closer to your enemies, they're actually going to have either a better chance of penetrating you or a worse chance because the lower plate's weaker. It depends on the rounds they're shooting. With standard rounds, they're going to have a worse chance to penetrate you if they get close to you like this. With premium ammo, they could have a better chance because of your lower plate. I mean your upper plate. But would I say, which one would I say is better? This, where you can penetrate the entire lower plate, or straight in their face, where they can't penetrate your lower plate, but they can penetrate your upper plate. But there's still better chances on this. This is 80%. This is 90 to 100%. So I would say, yeah, you should go in front of people's face with this tank. Like seriously, you should go into people's faces because this tank actually can do it. Surprisingly, I wasn't expecting this, but I wasn't expecting this type of armor to work this well, but it does. This tank's armor does work very well. I wonder how heat would perform against this tank. Probably a bit better. I would say definitely on the lower plate, but on the upper plate, I don't know exactly. Probably a bit better than that. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does. It definitely performs better, but which one would I say is better? The lower plate having this much or the upper plate having that much? It's tough. It's tough. You can definitely make it difficult for them. It depends on the situation. If you can hide your lower plate, this is obviously better. Staying far away from them is obviously better because you have much better chances of blocking it. But if you can't hide from them, you have to push them, or else you simply have to take the shots because the damage per minute on this tank is very good. It's very, very good for this type of vehicle that has this much average damage per shot. It really is, and you can. I want to see how much you can get this damage per minute to. Let's have a look. How much damage per minute can this tank actually have? 3,500 with a rammer. Brothers in Arms. This. That's about it. That's all the ones you can get technically reliably. And we have that. So 3,600 damage per minute with a 13-second reload. And then you can actually get a little bit more if you do ventilation. Oh my. Wow, it goes to 3,800. That's crazy. Down to a 12-second reload. Oh my, a 12-second reload. A 12-second reload for 800 damage? Yeah, that's nuts. That's kind of nuts. I will say that is kind of nuts. Makes me feel like I want to go with that. Makes me feel like I want to go with this build. Because that reload goes up by so much, but... The problem, though, is... the dispersion on this tank is going to be the main... It is the main problem, the dispersion. But dang, that is insane reload time. It's absolutely insane. And no, ventilation is not a good idea on this tank. Absolutely not. You need speed on this tank. You should not go ventilation. 3.9. Close combat. This. Oh my, get up to 4,000 damage per minute with close combat in this. With an 11-second reload for 800 damage. Oof. That's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting. Oof, that's disgusting. That is really bad. That is really bad. If you get in front of this thing, you better pray. You better start praying. If you make a mistake, you better start praying. I'm gonna absolutely dominate with this thing if I can simply go in. Oh, no way. We already have a bunch of different tanks in the common test. That's crazy. So they released a bunch of tanks, and they already have a bunch of different tanks in the common test. That's crazy. Fair enough. I guess those tanks that they released are fully tested and basically done. What I'm going to look at now is I want to see the dispersion factors of this tank. 0.21. 0.21 with a 2 point. You know what? This gun's not gonna feel bad at close range. If you go close range with this gun's not gonna feel bad at all. I might do a gun rammer. I might do a gun rammer on this tank. I might. It really does have a lot of damage per minute when you have a gun rammer and all this other stuff like close combat and also adrenaline rush. That's a lot of damage per minute though. That's nuts. I mean, of course, damage per minute is a bit of a thing that you want to be careful with because you could sacrifice so many things and then you can't play with the tank at any type of distance or whatever because the accuracy is bad and can be very annoying. But I think I might do this. I think I might go full damage per minute build. And there's even side by side, which I can do that and get even more damage per minute. 4,100 damage per minute. That's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting. Deadeye to increase module damage. That's nuts. Absolutely nuts. 0.37 at dispersion 100 meters. It's actually not bad for a tank like this because you simply go in and you face the enemy straight on. So it's actually not bad at all. The only problem I have with this tank currently is the aiming time, which, let me see. Let me have a look. What is the BZT-70's aiming time? 2.27 with the build I have on it, which is the best build. So yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go gun rammer on this tank. I have to. This damage per minute is insane. It absolutely is. Yeah, I have to do it. I have to, because this tank, you go in, and once you go in, it's really about brawling. And when you're brawling, you don't need that insane accuracy anymore. You simply need the damage per minute. And that is a lot of damage per minute on a heavy tank. Like this. This is a lot of damage per minute. This tank might be a bit powerful. I would say let's add it to the playlist already. I don't even want to think about it because I already have thought about it. I don't even want to consider putting this thing not in this playlist. So it's going into the best category immediately. Immediately it's going into the best category. Wow. This tank is strong. This tank is very strong. Wow. Yeah, this tank is very strong. You have to be careful with the gun. I know you do have to be careful with the gun. But like I said before, this tank actually has speed, which is the bad thing about the BZT-70. It doesn't have any speed. And so basically what that means is that you can actually go into position to get close to your enemies and use your insanely high damage per shot. This tank, yeah, this tank's gonna be good. It might be better than the Cockadrillo. It might be. Because it's not as powerful as a heavy tank as the Cockadrillo is powerful as a medium tank. But this tank will probably perform better than the Cockadrillo. I think so. I really do. And it's going to be way more fun than the Cockadrillo too because of that insanely high damage per shot, the insanely high shell velocity, the good penetration, the decent gun depression. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. Wow. And the only, you know what's interesting about this tank too? Its cupola is a bit of a weird one. You will want to shoot this cupola, but you really shouldn't. You shouldn't shoot this cupola because as soon as this tank gets anywhere near being a little bit hull down, a little bit lower, the cupola is completely auto ricochet, and you're not penetrating it at that point. You're not hitting it. It's gonna be auto ricochet. And even then, this is still basically auto ricochet. The only time it's not auto ricochet is when you use your heat rounds. And look at this armor. This is with 340 heat. You can't even go through the upper plate reliably, and you have to shoot this. If you're hull down, you have to shoot this, and this is incredible armor. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, this tank's powerful. I don't know what they're gonna do about this tank. This tank might be a bit too powerful. Well, no, it's not too powerful, but what I'm saying by that is, like, this tank is gonna be very desirable. A lot of people are gonna get this tank because it's in the standard charts. A lot of people are gonna get this tank, and this tank is insane. It really is. It's really good. It's really good. I can tell already. It goes in. It goes in, and once it gets in, you don't want to do anything anymore. It's gonna be there, sitting there, waiting for you to make a mistake. And when you do, this thing's gonna reload in 12 seconds to absolutely demolish you. Okay, we're putting a full bond gun rammer on this tank. That's how good I think it's. That's how good this tank is. I'm taking it off the Vickers and putting it on this tank. Well, you know what? I could put a bounty on the Vickers and put this on the other tank. Yeah, that'll be perfect. Fortunately, though, like I said, this tank doesn't earn credits. That's the only sad thing about it. I hate that so much. It doesn't earn extra credits, but it will still earn a lot of credits because of how good it is. The shells are very low cost for the standard, and that's the exact reason I have a bunch of them. 12 of them. And they're actually very good. They're very good penetration. What's the shell, what does it lose over distance? 239 over distance. And what about the premium? 293. The shell velocity on these rounds are absolutely, like, they're disgusting. Like, they're disgustingly good. They're disgustingly good. And if you take perfect charge on this thing, I think the premium shell is going to get to 2,000 shell velocity, which is going to be the highest shell velocity in the game. That's crazy. Is that the fastest shell velocity in the game? I think so. Can I even look at this? I don't think I can even look at the shell velocity on these rounds. No, I cannot. That's nice. That's great. Whatever. I think this is the highest shell velocity. That's nuts. This is nuts. This tank has some serious potential. Like, this tank has potential not only to earn a lot of credits because of the penetration on the standard rounds and because of the price, but also to be... This could be the most powerful tier 10 in the game. Tier 10 heavy tank in the game currently. I think it is. I think it is the most powerful tier 10 heavy tank in the game. I think so. Purely because of the damage per shot. The damage per shot is disgustingly powerful. And the damage per minute is disgustingly powerful. And like I said, once you get involved, it's crazy. And even if you don't get involved, you can simply sit hull down and shoot. And then no one can penetrate you. Okay. Okay, well, they can penetrate you, of course. Of course, there is options. People have options, definitely. But I can simply imagine the heavy side is usually close range. So basically, what I'm thinking about is when you go to a position where you can simply peek around corners and do these different plays, even if you take a shot back, it doesn't matter when you can out-trade the enemies for 800. It doesn't matter. And the heavy side, damage per shot is so incredibly important. And not only that, mobility is incredibly important. because of the fact that positions are important. Okay, yeah, this tank's gonna be crazy. This tank's gonna be crazy, 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 crazy. So what this tank really what the question now is with this tank is how good of a player are you? Because this tank has what you need. It has what you need. It has everything you need for you to perform well in the heavy side. So the question now is how good of a player are you? How good of a player are you? Also, I didn't even account for emergency. So I did not even factor in emergency or hold the line, which also increases your damage per minute. And yeah, this tank is nuts. So basically what that means is that when you take a shot, you're going to be more accurate. And also when you're outnumbered, you're also going to be more accurate and better damage per minute and everything. That's crazy. Also, when you block shots, when you get bulletproof, you're going to have better damage per minute and better accuracy. Not only that, there's ammo tuning, there's adrenaline rush, close combat. Yeah. I think this tank might be a bit too much. I think this tank might be a little bit too much. It might be something that people will really dislike. Because it's so powerful. This tank is very strong, like really strong. It has everything that you need. It has everything that you need for aggressive play. You go in and this tank can destroy everyone. It has everything to destroy everyone. Of course, you can still get outnumbered and you can still die very quickly. But that's only if the enemies do that. And a lot of players are very stupid in this game, so they may not. They may not. But this is what this tank is meant for. It's meant for going in and making those plays. It's called a breakthrough heavy tank for a reason. This is an actual breakthrough heavy tank. A very, very strong breakthrough heavy tank at that. With the average damage per shot, with the mobility, and with the damage per minute. It's extremely strong. And I think this is the best tier 10 in the game currently. This has to be the best tier 10 in the game. This has to be. This has to be. It absolutely has to be. The damage per shot is second to the BZT-70. Of course, you're not going to be hitting that reliably because of the fact that you have distance between your targets. 800 damage is only really for when you're close range. When you're quite close. But that's a special mechanic. That's a special mechanic. You have to be closer to the enemies to do more damage to them. But it doesn't matter that much because you can get so close anyways. Yeah, this tank is nuts. And yes, hit points will help you significantly on this tank, definitely. Hit points is very important on a tank like this. Very important because you're going in, you want the most amount of hit points possible. But the gun is already sacrificed a lot with the fact that you're only using gun rammer. Do not sacrifice this gun anymore. If you sacrifice this gun anymore, you're going to be very disappointed when you miss your shots. You should not sacrifice the gun anymore because this gun's going to be significantly worse if you do. The aiming time is already horrendous. The dispersion during movement is quite bad too. More hit points is nice. Yes, it is, but it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's going to make the tank basically... It's going to make it so much more difficult to play at longer ranges if you sacrifice all of the dispersion factors 2, if you sacrifice the dispersion factors 2 and make them even worse than they already are, simply to get a little bit more hit points, it's so bad. It really is. It's gonna be really bad. So it simply don't. It's not worth it. There will be times when you're gonna need a flick shot and you're gonna need a snapshot to get your shot in and to save yourself. It's not worth it. Don't do it. It's very stupid if you do that. Simply to gain that little bit of extra hit points. It's not going to change the match. 2,420 hit points base from with a hardening. Yeah, that's good enough. That's more than enough for a tank like this with how much damage per shot it can do to you. The closest tank to this is the Bliskowitza, and it has 2,000 hit points base. This tank has 200 more than that, I think. And it has much better armor. Like, really better armor. Like, the armor is not even close. It's extremely much better. The damage per minute definitely is more. 100% on the Bliskowitza because it's a tank destroyer. It's meant to have better damage per minute, and the accuracy is better too. But this Bliskowitza doesn't have a turret. That's the thing about the Bliskowitza. It doesn't have a turret like the bzyg does. Like the bzyg does. It has a fully rotatable turret. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. It might even have the same gun depression on the entire tank. No, it has. I think it has 5 degrees on the rear. It's okay. It's okay. And can this tank reverse side scrape? That is the question. It's no. No, it cannot. Do not try to reverse side scrape with this tank. What you should try to do with this tank, you don't want to side scrape at all with this tank. Do not side scrape with this tank at all. That's what you should do. If you try to side scrape with this tank, you're going to be very disappointed. It might work. You can make it work. Like, look at this armor. This is not bad. This is not horrendous. You can make this work. But you are definitely risking a lot because of the fact that this gun is very inaccurate. The better choice would be to be sure you hit your shot, basically. You want to be sure you hit your shot. And going out and simply hoping is actually... Well, not hoping, but going out and aiming your shot and having more time to aim and the ability to make more plays is actually going to be the more reliable option. So yes, you might get shot back, but at least you'll hit them back too, and you'll hit them harder. You can side scrape in this tank. Yes, you can, but you can side scrape. You can side scrape with this tank, but that's not the design purpose of this tank. It simply isn't. And the tank will actually perform less when you are fighting people with AP rounds, like you can see this here. If they shoot you straight in the track, you're getting penetrated. And so you'd have to do it like this, basically. And if you do it like this, then you're giving more chances for them to simply shoot you here if they have good APCR rounds or AP rounds like this. They can simply shoot you there. This is only 299 AP or 295 AP, so there's better APCR rounds than this, and they can simply go through. Let's see, the TS5 has heat. XM57 has APCR, here we go. See, this is a 315 APCR. And you can see, as you can see, it goes straight through this side of this tank. Well, not straight through, but 74% is not very unreliable or inconsistent. That's very reliable. And you do not want to peak this like this. It does give you the chance, though. It gives you the chance. It does give you the chance to bounce it. It does give you the chance to bounce it because they may try to shoot you here. So like I said, this tank can side scrape, but be very careful. Be very careful because you could ruin your entire gameplay by trying to side scrape with this tank because it's simply not its purpose. Its purpose is to either face hug the enemy or peek out and give it 800 damage when the enemy is on reload, or it's simply a good time to, because you have enemies around you and you have to, well, if you have enemies around you should probably wait for those enemies that are pushing you to peek. But be careful with this tank, because you absolutely can get shot for, you can trade very well with it. Yes, you can, but trading will not make you survive the battle. That's the fact. Trading is not going to make you survive the battle, and you can only trade so much before you're dead. Crazy. That's a crazy tank. That is an absolutely crazy tank. Very crazy. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see tomorrow what my luck will be. We will see tomorrow. And look at this. I have 14,000 gold, so I can actually get one of these tanks. Oh, which one do I want? I think I want the Kari. This tank is actually quite nice to play because it has that quick maneuverability. It's a tier 8, but its gun feels really good. Its armor is not amazing, but the gun, for 500 damage, that hits really hard. And the speed is actually decent, too. 16 specific power, 40 top speed, that's not bad. I feel like the turtle would be quite bad, though. I mean, I know the tank's good, but I don't feel like the turtle would be that enjoyable to play, really, because of the armor. The armor is not very impressive, and also it's very slow. With the Kari, you can actually make a lot of plays with the tank because you hit so incredibly hard. I don't know what the high explosive on this tank is. Oh, wow. 90 millimeters high explosive? Oof. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Yeah, we're getting the Kari. We're getting the Kari. Turtle is going to have to wait. It's going to have to wait. I don't care about the turtle. We're getting the Kari. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. The Kari, it's a special tank, I can tell. It absolutely is a special tank, I can absolutely tell. We're taking this stupid camouflage off. How do I take it off? There. Amazing. Now let's check. Actually, I should have checked this before buying the tank, but we'll do a check now. Is this Japan? Yeah, it is Japan. So the nearest competitor to the Kari is the Hori 2. Let's check. We have to check this. What is the differences between the Hori 2 and the Kari? Is the Kari better or is the Hori better? That is the question. So the Kari simply hits for harder. It hits harder, but it has less penetration. It has less. It has a worse reload time. It has less gun depression. It has a more accurate gun. Interestingly, though, it has better gun traverse limits, which means the turret, the little like, the gun can actually turn to the left and right more before the entire tank moves. It has more engine power, and it weighs more too, but it actually has better specific power. It has much better top speed, and it has much better reverse speed. It has much better traverse speed, but its camouflage is worse, and its view range is better too. Yeah, the Kari is better. The Kari is better. This tank has 285 AP rounds as a premium, and this tank has 298 AP rounds. Yeah, the Kari is better. They both have decent damage per minute, 2,300 for the Kari, so the Hori 2 definitely does have better damage per minute. But here's the thing that is interesting. What armor is better? On the Hori 2, the armor on that tank doesn't look very good. Oh wow, the Kari though. The Kari looks like it has very good armor. Well, from this is the Progetta with standard rounds, so no, it's probably not that good. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at Hori. At the no, not Hori. Curry. Okay, so yeah, I can get penetrated, but it does have a nice manlet. And let's see, gun depression maybe? No. So yeah, you definitely want damage per shot more than the damage per minute on this tank because of the fact that you don't have that much armor. Damage per shot is better than damage per minute on a tank like this. And the fact that it has better accuracy, even though it does more damage per shot. It also has really good high explosive rounds, which I don't think the Hori does have this level of high explosive. Let's see. Oh, it does have 80 millimeters, so it's not bad, but it's not that 90 millimeters that Curry has, which is incredibly impressive. Let's look at the armor, though. Let's compare the armor now. Hori 2. This is what the Hori looks like. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. It's not bad. It really isn't bad. This is the Kari shooting at it. Wow. The Hori actually has better armor, though. It actually does have better armor. It actually does. Yeah, the Hori has better armor. Wow. But the Hori is slower, so that's the thing. I would prefer speed on this tank, actually, because the armor is not really that reliable as soon as someone loads premium ammo. This tank has very good premium ammo, but I think let me have a look actually. Okay, not bad. You know what? It's not bad at all actually. Yeah. The Hori's not bad, but the fact about this tank is when are you ever gonna play hold down with this tank? Very unlikely to play hold down with this tank. Very unlikely. Yeah, the Kari is better. The Kari is better. The mobility is simply extremely good. And so basically what this allows you to do is play extremely aggressively with this tank. And then hit people for 500 damage. That's crazy. I'm going to load a decent amount of premium ammo on this tank. I'm going to lower this high explosive. We do not need that many high explosive rounds. We'll do 6. I think 6 is decent. There, that's the correct build. I think I've had enough for today. I think so. Maybe I should pause it and relax. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pause it and relax. For now, I'm gonna pause and relax, and I will play something. I don't know if it's gonna be Kari. I don't know if it's gonna be bzyg. I don't think I want to play bzyg yet. I feel like that tank is. Oh my, dude! Do I play bzyg immediately? We'll consider it. Maybe I'll come back and play it. Maybe we'll consider it. No, I'm actually not going to play. I'm too tired. So I'm going to end the video now. But this has been quite the interesting day for me. With, of course, me being tired and me doing things, but also with the game. Oh, it's been a very interesting day for me. Kari, I got Kari. Kari's I didn't realize, but a very good tank. I got bzyg. And of course, I did get this tank too, this other one. I don't even know where it's at, but it's a decent little tank. It has decent camouflage and everything, so you could definitely make it work. And the turret looks decent too, so it's probably okay. It's a medium tank, so its turret being decent is it's a good sign. It has 8 degrees gun depression, a decently accurate gun, and 360 damage per shot. It's not horrendous. It's quick too, so has a very weird lower plate, but it's very weak, so it doesn't matter much. Whatever. You can somewhat... No, actually, you can side scrape with this tank. It's a very weird tank. Very weird tank. Can you reverse side scrape in this tank? Oh, wow. This tank is actually very good at reverse side scraping. Very good at reverse side scraping. And this tank can very much peek around corners extremely easily. And bait shots and things like that. Not bait shots, but basically peek around a corner extremely quickly and back up very quickly too. Yeah, so this is definitely going to be a decent medium tank, I can tell. It's not going to be amazing, but it's definitely going to be a decent medium tank. Decent, very decent. Potentially very good too. Its damage permanent is not very good though, and the accuracy is not very good either. So that's the two main problems with this tank currently. But it's not bad. I don't think it's going to be too bad. I think it's going to be good.